Hello and welcome to Byju's Exam Prep IAS. A very warm good morning to everyone. I hope all of you are doing good. I welcome you back to today's class. Today is a turn of lecture number 4 of governance. I welcome you all to this class today. We'll wait for a couple of minutes. Let others also join in and then we will begin. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. I hope you have all been revising with the PPTs, also making sure that you are keeping a track of the current affairs as well, which are extremely important for governance. Good morning. Pulkit, your message has been seen and has been acknowledged by me and the SME, so don't worry. Good morning, everyone. Zeba is saying, what is the reason for prior approval of government of India or state? What is the process for approval? So basic process for approval is whoever is the person against whom you have to file the FIR or you have to start the investigation. You have to ask their boss. The prior reason for approval is that government does not want the government work to be affected. So there is a kind of a safety net given to the government servants that no random investigation, no random prosecution will take place. So they can work basically with their peace of mind. See, understand these things. Right now, you are thinking from the point of view of an outsider. So right now, when you think of these laws may seem a bit unfair to you. That why is this loophole? Why is that loophole? But once you start thinking, let's say from the point of view of a government officer, the government officer who's actually impacted by these laws, then maybe your thinking would change. Maybe you will think, oh yeah, this loophole was required. So that the government servants could work without any fear of having prosecution investigation randomly. Ashish is saying different between CAG and Lokpal functions. Ashish, these are two very different things. No connection between the two. CAG audits the government expenditure. Lokpal, on the other hand, talks about corruption-related cases. They investigate corruption-related cases. Corruption can be of different types. That is the difference between the two. CAG does not recommend anyone to be transferred, anyone to be removed. They just give a report and then they keep quiet. Shalu Singh in Birami property on the name of other person, can that person claim the property? Shalu, I answered this question yesterday also. What do you mean by claiming the property? If the property, for example, is in my name, it is my property only. How can I claim? Claim means what will you do? You will go and sleep there. I don't know what do you mean by claiming the property. If it is in your name, it is in your name. As simple as that. Bhardwaj is saying, does it apply to PSU employees? Bhardwaj, does it means does what apply? Does what apply to PSU employees? I don't know what you're talking about. Pulkit is saying why CPI gave separate rankings for Hong Kong and Taiwan. Because for the entire world, Taiwan is a separate country altogether, right? That is why. Perfect. So let's see what do we have to start today. Today we are continuing with the theme of corruption, although we have a new module. Yesterday, in the theme of corruption, we discussed about two important things. Yesterday, if you remember, we discussed about number one, Prevention of Corruption Act of 1988, and then we discussed about the Lokpal and the office of the Lokayukt. Today, again, we'll continue with the theme of corruption. Module number 4 today will cover four important topics. What are these four things that we'll be discussing? First thing that we'll be discussing is CBI, Central Bureau of Investigation. Second thing that we'll be discussing today is CVC, that is Central Vigilance Commission. Third thing that we'll be discussing today is something that remains in the news quite a bit, ED, Enforcement Directorate, that you keep on reading about in the newspapers, that they have conducted a raid here and there, etc. So we'll be studying what exactly that is, how does it work, and in the end, we'll be discussing about a very, very important law called the Whistleblowers Protection Act. The Whistleblowers Protection Act of 2014. These are the topics that we will be discussing today. But before we do that, as we have been doing earlier as well, I would quickly like to revise what we studied yesterday from the last module so that we can begin. So let's quickly recap whatever we have studied very quickly, and then we can start afresh. So we started our discussion yesterday with Transparency International's corruption index, where India had 85 rank, and the rank has been very similar, quite the same in the past few years. We discussed how India has had a score of 40. The rank and score has not really changed. This score, that is Corruption Perception Index, has been published by an NGO called Transparency International. We then discuss about the Prevention of Corruption Act of 1988, under which taking a bribe, criminal misconduct, or even having disproportionate asset as compared to your income, all of these are covered under the law. This is a law that regulates the behavior of the public servants. Also, you require prior permission of the government for prosecution. These are the amendments that were done in 2018. In brief, we discussed about how punishment was increased. Undue advantage has also been expanded. Undue advantage means taking gifts, etc., has also been expanded. All these have been changed in 2018. Then we did discuss about the Lokpal Act, if you remember. The Lokpal Act, we discussed about the history of the Lokpal, how Lokpal as an idea came up since the 1960s, but Lokpal as an idea only started much, much later on. About Lokpal as such, we discussed why it was delayed, the controversy about the leader of the opposition, absence of the leader of the opposition. Then in 2016, the law was changed. The law said if the leader of opposition is not available, then he should be replaced by a leader of the single largest opposition party. Even then, it was delayed because of the BJP Congress rivalry, the question of special invitee. Then the Lokpal came into the picture. We discussed about how Lokpal works at the center while Lokayuktas work at the state level. The Lokpal is not a single member body. It has one chairman, and apart from him, there are 8 maximum members. Half of the members can be judicial, half of the members can be non-judicial. Also, out of the total of 8 members, at least 4 of the members have to be from scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, OBC, minority, or women. So at least half of these members have to be SC, ST, OBC, minority, or women only. Then we discuss about the qualifications one by one, starting with the qualification of the chairman. I told you the qualification of chairman, either the person has to be a retired Chief Justice of India, or the person should be a retired Supreme Court judge, or 25 years of experience in these things. In short, a senior civil servant. Although the qualification doesn't say that the person has to be a civil servant, but it is very well understood that these qualifications are those which are fulfilled by civil servants only. Then we discuss about the qualification of non-judicial members. Non-judicial members have the same qualification, it is 25 years of experience in all these things. Let me ask you this question. What was the qualification of judicial members of Lokpal? Let me see if you remember. What was the qualification of the judicial members of the Lokpal? What do you think? I'll take the name of those who are giving me the correct answer. Judicial members of Lokpal. Akula is correct. Give me both qualifications. Um, then I have Shamran, who is correct. Manoj is also correct. Nidhi is also no, sorry, not Nidhi. Nidhi is not correct. Um, mm, mm. Kumar is also correct. Pavan is also correct. Okay, a few, some other people are also correct. Zeba is also correct. Okay, I'll tell you. So, a mistake that most people are committing, most people are telling me either a judge of Supreme Court or a judge of High Court. This is wrong. What was the qualification? Either a Supreme Court judge or High Court Chief Justice. High Court Chief Justice, not any judge. This was the qualification, judicial qualification, if you remember. Either you have to be a Supreme Court judge or you have to be a High Court Chief Justice. If I did not take your name, I'm sorry. If you also give the correct answer, you can applaud for yourself. Okay. So either you have to be a retired Chief Justice. Again, Chief Justice of High Court, you cannot write CJI of High Court. There's nothing called CJI of High Court. In CJI, what is I? In the full form of CJI, what is I? I is India, so you cannot be the Chief Justice of India of High Court. You understand this? So those who have written CJI of High Court, there's nothing called CJI of High Court. There is CJ of High Court, Chief Justice of the High Court. Chief Justice of India is the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. That is why I told those who have written CJI of High Court, you are wrong. So that please remember that, okay? So, Chief Justice of High Court, or you have to be a Supreme Court judge. Anyway, these were the qualifications of the judicial members. Then we discussed the term of office, 5 years, 70 years, retirement, salary, etc. All of these are equivalent usually to the Supreme Court judges. For chairman, the salary will be equal to the Chief Justice of India. For other members, salary will be equal to the Supreme Court judges. We discussed about the jurisdiction. Prime Minister also comes under Lokpal under some very specific, strict conditions. Then all the ministers of the union government, members of parliament, ABCD group officials, people in charge of government companies, etc. All of these are under the Lokpal. Then we discuss about some issues with the Lokpal, how the Lokpal, despite all that talk about it, despite all that debate and demand about the Lokpal, we have not seen any significant work from the Lokpal. We have not seen any significant corruption case solved by the Lokpal. We have not seen any high profile corruption case solved by the Lokpal. So, all of these indicate how Lokpal has failed to do its job properly. Then we came to the question of the Lokayuktas. I told you how, just like the Lokpal work at the center level, the Lokayuktas work at the state level. However, these are not very important for you to remember from the examination point of view. And the reason was simple. The reason is in every state we may have a separate Lokayukta having separate powers and separate way of working. When any law or any authority has different rules in different states, it is not important for you for the UPSC exam, because UPSC will either ask you something that is at the center government level, or they will either ask you something that is uniform amongst all the states. If UP has a different type of a Lokayuk, Karnataka has a different type of a Lokayuk, Punjab, Himachal, West Bengal are different, they will not be asking you that unless you are preparing for that state examination. Then you can prepare for your own Lokayukta, how does it work, but for UPSC exam, it is not that relevant. These were the major things that we discussed yesterday. Okay. Manoj is asking Lokpal removal. Lokpal we discussed, Manoj we discussed yesterday. Lokpal's removal is in the same manner as the UPSC members, same manner as the Central Information Commission. President will remove the Lokpal. They will have to ask the Supreme Court to conduct an inquiry. They will see and then they will advise. Okay. Yes, perfect. And then we took some examples of some states, their Lokayukta, UP, Kerala, etc. Okay, so this is what we had to revise yesterday. Now it is time to start fresh. Let's start. As I said, there are 4 topics to be discussed today: CBI, the CVC, the Whistleblower Protection Act, and the Enforcement Directorate. Let's start with the first topic, that is the CBI, Central Bureau of Investigation. Now, CBI is something that you keep on hearing a lot. In the news, in the newspaper, even in the movies, you keep on hearing a lot about the CBI. Now, what exactly is CBI? How does it work? Why is it required? Let's try and understand that. See, the idea is simple. The police of a state works under the state government. So every state government have their own police. UP, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Gujarat, all of that would have their own police that will report to their chief minister. So in short, the central government doesn't have that kind of a police that would investigate into crimes that they want. Because the police that investigates into the crime, those are with the state governments. Central government has something called CAPF. Central government has CAPF, but the problem is that CAPF is not an intelligence organization. What is CAPF? CAPF is Central Armed Police Force. So they don't investigate a case. Central Armed Police Force basically goes to maintain law and order when there are riots, etc. CAPF includes a lot of things. So they don't investigate. So when it comes to having an investigative agency at the center level, we did not have one. And that is why there was this requirement felt that we should have something like the CBI. Now, CBI has a very interesting kind of an history. It was first established as something called the Special Police Establishment in 1941, so at the time of the British. Later on in 1963, it was renamed as the CBI, Central Bureau of Investigation. It is an executive body in the sense that it was made by a resolution of the government, more specifically resolution of the Union Home Ministry. So Union Home Ministry passed a resolution for this, and that is how this body, that is a CBI, was created. Now, CBI has a very similar kind of a role and very similar kind of a function as something called the FBI. I'm sure all of you would have heard of FBI, right? The American Investigative Agency. Similar to that, we have the CBI, and then there are other countries also. It's a very common practice. Most countries around the world have their premier investigative agency for various purposes. Now, in India, we have now at this point of time, we have more than one investigative agencies. For example, have you heard of NIA? Have you heard of NIA? What is NIA? Or tell me the difference between NIA and CBI. Why is NIA different from CBI? What do you think? I know full form will be different, obviously. So thank you for telling me what the full form. But why is it different from CBI? Just because it has a different name. Okay, so I'll tell you why it is different. Some people have given the right answer. Annie, Suhasini, perfect. Chaitanya, right. So the idea is very simple. NIA is formed to investigate terrorism cases. This is specifically formed to investigate terrorism cases. For example, NIA came up after this Mumbai attack, the 26/11 Mumbai attacks, remember? The 26/11 attacks where Mumbai, several places were attacked, including the Taj Hotel. After that, NIA was formed. So NIA is very recent. When we had this Mumbai terror attack, there was a thought that we should have an investigative agency that should specifically look into terror-related cases. So basically, you will see terror-related cases are not handled by CBI. Before NIA came into being in 2008, CBI used to handle terror-related cases also. But after that, terror-related cases basically go to the NIA. Other kind of cases, corruption cases, then there are criminal cases like murder, etc. You just saw this railway accident also. The government gave the investigation to the CBI. So those are the cases that usually go to the CBI. Terrorism related cases go to the NIA. And again, NIA is a recent body formed only after the Mumbai terror attacks. Now, has CBI been successful and has it not been successful? How do you decide that? If you read the newspapers, there are two sides of the story. Government or anyone related to the government, anyone who appreciates the government will always say, oh, CBI is the best agency, they do a lot of stuff. And that is true. But then you listen to those who are in the opposition, who don't like the government, they hate the CBI, they hate the ED, they think that they are being misused. So there are two sides of this story. How do you decide whether an investigative agency is good or bad? You usually decide that on the basis of conviction rate. You decide that on the basis of conviction rate. Now, what do you mean by conviction rate? For example, out of the 100 people who have been charged with an offense, that there is some news that they have committed some crime. Out of these 100, on how many crime has been proven? That is conviction rate. So out of 100, if you can prove crime on 50 people in the court, that yes, or 40 people, then your conviction rate becomes 40%. So conviction rate is out of the people who have been charged, how many of whom on whom you can actually prove that yes, you are guilty. That's a conviction rate. So in simple terms, how do you decide if an agency is successful or a failure? You decide by the conviction rate. The higher the conviction rate, more important or more powerful is the agency. The better the conviction rate means the agency is doing a good job. So CBI's conviction rate is over 65%, which is one of the best in the world. It is one of the best in the world. It is at par with FBI. It is very close to what FBI has. FBI is regarded around the world as a pretty good agency. So it's very similar to FBI. The aim of CBI is to cross 75%. Again, the higher the conviction rate, the more powerful is all. And I'll give you example later on in this class today how some of the laws of the government or agencies of the government don't have a very high conviction rate. For example, while CBI has a very high conviction rate, ED, Enforcement Directorate, on the other hand, has a very low conviction rate, and that is why it is criticized quite a lot. And we'll discuss that a bit later on. How does it work? What is the concept of the ED, etc. Now, coming back to what does the CBI do exactly? So CBI mainly has three different divisions or three different teams or departments, whatever you want to call them. These three take up separate cases. First, we have the anti-corruption division. As the name suggests, it takes up corruption related cases. Second, economic offenses. So let's say there is some kind of a scam, some kind of a big tax evasion that has happened. Those kind of things. Those cases, for example, will be taken up by the economic offenses division. For example, I don't know how many of you have you seen that series called Scam 1992 based on Harshad Mehta. Based on Harshad Mehta, you would have seen that series, right? So, for example, that would be an example of an economic offense. If you have not seen that, don't worry, not a part of your syllabus. So, that is an example of economic offense. Then there is a special crime division. So, all others come under special crime division. For example, this train accident that happened will be handled by the special crime division. There are some very high profile, let's say, murder cases. Remember about this Arushi murder case on which the movie Talwar is based. This girl who got murdered in Noida along with the house help. That case was investigated by the CBI, very high profile case. If there's a massacre, multiple people are killed. If there's a genocide, multiple people are killed. If there are riots, for example, so usually communal rights, etc., are handled by the CBI. So those come under the special crime division. Again, those are the special crime division. Again, don't worry if the example I'm giving you, you are not seen that, absolutely fine. But at least you have heard the name CBI, right? That is good enough for you. So don't worry. All these kind of cases, murder, genocide, massacre, all these kind of different types of cases come under the CBI. So this is how the CBI usually works. They have a different division for everyone. Now, the question is, how is it decided which case will the CBI take up and which case will the police take up? Okay, I'll ask you one more question before I go ahead. You all would have heard the name CID also. Some lucky people here would also have seen the CID, ACB Pradyuman Daya, right? At least you would have heard the name CID. How is CID different from CBI? Is CID real? Do they even exist? And if they do, what is the difference between the two? Or they don't exist? It's just a made up serial. Some people are saying it's not real. Arey, it's real, Baba. I'm kidding. It is real. Okay, some people are giving the right answer. Saurabh is correct. Kibriya is correct. Chaitanya, Pulkit, Rashmi. Perfect. A lot of people are giving the correct answer. So basically, CID works at the state level. So they do a similar kind of a job at the state level, and CBI works at the center level. So basically, that is a difference. So don't think CID doesn't exist. ACP Pradyumna will be very, very angry to hear that. CBI does exist. It exists at the state level. So different states have their own investigative departments. They call them the CID, and CBI is at the center level. Anyway, let's come back. So basically, the question that I had was, what kind of cases can the CBI take up? Because this remains a big problem. And I'll talk about it in just a bit. CBI is one of the biggest reasons behind fight of center versus the state governments. Many state governments don't like the center government, and the reason that they give is a CBI. And we'll discuss why that is. Now, let's see what are the cases CBI can take up. Number one, CBI can suo moto, means by itself, without anyone's permission. CBI suo moto can take up investigation of offenses only in union territories. If there is an offense in a union territory, Delhi, Puducherry, Lakshadweep, Andaman Nicobar, then they can themselves take up the case. No permission required from anyone. First. Second, central government can authorize a CBI to investigate a crime within a state. So if a crime happened within a state, central government can authorize that. For example, what happened in Odisha? The train accident that we have, you all know that the government has ordered a CBI inquiry into what happened there. That crime or that incident happened not in a union territory but in a state, Odisha. So, how does that happen now? Central government can authorize a CBI to investigate a case that happened within a state, but with one condition. The condition is only with the permission of the state. Consent means permission. Only if the state government says, yes, we are fine with this, only and only then, if a crime or incident has occurred within the state, can the CBI take up the investigation, not without the permission. So, Odisha, for example, in this case, has given the permission. Odisha, usually the BJD government in Odisha is close to the BJP government. They don't really make a lot of fuss about it. So, they have given the consent, no problem with that. Now comes the third part. Apart from these two situations, the Supreme Court and the High Courts can also order CBI to investigate a case anywhere in India. Now, the interesting part is if the Supreme Court or the High Courts have asked the CBI to conduct an inquiry, in that case, consent of the state is not required. In that case, consent of the state or permission from the state is not required. Okay? Remember these three very clearly. First, if there is an offense or a crime in a union territory, CBI can take up investigation suo moto by itself, no issues with that. Second, if the central government has authorized the CBI to take up an investigation within a state, then it has to be with the permission of the concerned state, not without their permission. And third one, the higher judiciary at the Supreme Court or the High Courts, they can ask an investigation, order an investigation into any crime across the country. If that happens, you do not require the permission of the state. This is how the CBI usually takes up the cases across the entire country. Now, we'll come in a bit to a debate of state versus the center and how does it actually work. Now, if you see here, how is it that the CBI director is appointed? So the head of the CBI is the director. CBI director is usually an IPS officer. So an IPS officer basically becomes a CBI director. How does that happen? The director of the CBI is appointed by the president, obviously, on the recommendation of a three-member committee. Who are these three members? A prime minister, leader of opposition of Lok Sabha. Again, the same logic will apply here as applied in case of the Lokpal. That is, if the leader of opposition is not available, if he is absent or there is no party with the leader of opposition, then leader of the single largest opposition party will take the place, and the Chief Justice of India. So remember, these are the three people. Now, the interesting part with this committee is, if you look at this carefully, what is the most interesting part? The most interesting part is, unlike most other committees, in this committee, government does not have the majority. If you notice this, government does not have the majority here. It is a prime minister from the government, one person from the opposition, and then one person from the judiciary side. So at least here you can't say that the government always has the majority. One from the government, one from the opposition, and then one that is supposed to be at least neutral. Now, there have been a lot of issues in the working of the CBI. CBI has faced a lot of criticism time and time and time again. People have criticized the CBI for their working. What exactly are the issues with the working of the CBI? First, the biggest issue, excessive political interference. You actually expect this, right? When a political party comes to power, it is very obvious that the cases that are pending against them, if the CBI is investigating a person who belongs to the ruling party, it is very obvious that those cases will stop. Because, see, there are two ways to look at it. The government of India always says CBI is independent. No, 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 we are not saying anything to the CBI. But the reality is that CBI at the end of the day works under the control of the Home Ministry. So you can say that no, CBI is independent, we are not interfering, but everyone knows that no, CBI or any of these agencies are not completely independent. Whoever is in power, whichever party is in power, doesn't really matter. But whichever party is in power, whoever is in power, usually would have some interference in the working of these agencies, such as the CBI or the ED. There has always been the issue of political interference. Again, not just in the CBI, but in the ED also. And again, I am not saying that this is only with one political party. Every party that comes to power behaves the same way. There's a famous saying that everyone powerful will behave the same way. Doesn't matter how good you are when you don't have power. People change when they get power. You talk very differently when you don't have power, when you're in the opposition. But when you become powerful, when you come to power, you talk very, very differently. So, first problem with the CBI, there has been a lot of political interference. You will very rarely, very rarely, almost never, you will see a case where CBI has arrested someone from the ruling party. All of a sudden, everyone in the ruling party becomes the best person ever. And all of a sudden, everyone in the opposition party becomes the most corrupt person. So there has always been this political interference, and this has been a long history. Related to this is delay in conducting investigation. This is related actually. How is it related to it? Again, let's assume the same scenario. Let's assume the CBI is investigating a matter against a Congress leader. Let's take a simple example. Let's say they are investigating a matter against a Congress leader. Now, let's assume that tomorrow Congress comes to power. Would the Congress continue with that investigation? Or would the Congress allow that investigation to continue? Obviously not. Congress would give the order, no, stop this, go on the other cases. What will it now result into? It will result in delay in the investigation. So usually the delay in the investigation is when you see that there are people who actually come to the ruling party. So either the government changes or something else also happens. So let's assume that there is a person in the Congress against whom investigation is going on. Tomorrow that person joins the ruling party. All of a sudden investigation will stop. And that happens on the other side as well. The other side as well. If, for example, let's say you were working from the BJP when Congress was in power, you change the sides and again, that again remains the same. That leads to the loss of credibility as well. What do you mean by loss of credibility? So, again, see, when the CBI or when people see that the CBI is not working properly, obviously the image that will be in their mind, the image that will actually happen in their mind is that CBI is not proper, CBI is not neutral, and this is where the problem actually starts to happen. the loss of credibility, because people stop trusting the CBI when they see all these things happening. Lack of accountability. There are many cases where CBI has not investigated a case properly. They have arrested many people, which has been very detrimental for them. I'll give you an example. Let's assume, and this is a problem with CBI and media, both of them. Let's assume that tomorrow CBI comes and arrests someone that you know. Let's say CBI arrests a certain person, Mr. XYZ, and it becomes a big news. It comes on the TV, every media covers it. And then the CBI investigates the matter, and then they think, no, he is not guilty, they leave him. He is then left, released from the prison. But the loss of image, the loss of prestige that you had, you will always be remembered as the guy who was arrested by the CBI. You will always be remembered as the guy who went to prison. You'll always be remembered as a guy, oh, he is corrupt. He was arrested, right? That becomes a problem. That CBI has so much powers that even if they arrest a person for 2 days or even one day, it can change your life completely. And it will not have any impact on them. They will release you. They will say, oh, sorry, we were mistaken. But there is no punishment for that mistake. There is no punishment for that. That is where the accountability actually is released. And there are so many cases of these. There are so many cases of people being arrested and then being released. There are no reasons why they were arrested. No one is held accountable. All that they have to say in the court, CBI says, oh, sorry, we were mistaken. There was some lapse in the judgment. There was some lapse in the investigation, nothing else. CBI also has a problem of shortage of personnel. Now, let's understand, how does the CBI get its people? How can you get a job in the CBI? Do you know? How can you get a job in the CBI, by the way? Yes, Mona Lisa, I agree. How do you get a job in the CBI? So I'll tell you how do you get a job in the CBI. So basically what happens is there are three ways to get a job in the CBI. Now listen to this. There are usually three ways to get a job in the CBI. So what happens is either you give the SSC CGL exam, you pass that exam, then you join as a sub-inspector in CBI. So you become a sub-inspector in the CBI when you pass the SSC CGL exam. The other way is you are working in the police and you basically get a deputation. Deputation means internal transfer. You are in the police, you get internal transfer. Deputation means you are come to the CBI for some time. After some years, you might go back to the police. This is how usual people come into the CBI. At the top, the directors, the deputy directors, so top people of the CBI are the IPS officers. IPS officers are the top people in the CBI who get the top positions. Below them, the people who do the real work, investigate, run around all day, they are usually either through the SSC CGL examination or they are from the police and they have come under this deputation. So usually that is how it works. The problem here is the people from police coming under deputation. People of the police coming under deputation are very, very low. The number of people who come from police to deputation are low. Why? Because let's say a person who wants to go on a deputation for some time, he has to take permission from the senior that I want to go work for CBI. The senior might say, no, I will not send you. Why? Because the police itself doesn't have a lot of personnel. The police force itself has shortage of personnel. So how will they send the people to CBI? So CBI doesn't have the number of personnel, number of officers that they require. CBI in many cases, CBI in many cases also has limited powers. How? As we discussed, for CBI to take up a case within a state, they have to take the state government's permission, number one. Second, prior approval of central government is required to conduct an inquiry against higher level officials. For example, if the CBI has to conduct an inquiry against a person who is a joint secretary or higher than joint secretary, if the CBI has to conduct an inquiry against a person who is a joint secretary or higher than a joint secretary, they can only do that if the government of India actually gives them the permission. If the government of India does not give them the permission, they will not be able to go ahead and investigate the case. There is a question from Hariom. Hariom is saying, is the CBI under Ministry of Personnel or under Home Ministry? So basically, what happens is there is something that you have to understand. First, CBI was formed as a resolution given by the Home Ministry. So, Home Ministry is after the formation of the CBI. Now, the control of the CBI, that is, if you see how the CBI actually works, CBI works under the jurisdiction of something called Ministry of Personnel, Public Grievances and Administration. Ministry of Personnel, as we discussed, the same that we had the Citizen Charter, right? So, Ministry of Personnel, Public Grievances and Administration. Now, if you look at this, CBI right now operates under this, but since it was formed by the Home Ministry, CBI even today would take orders from the Home Secretary. So it's kind of confusing. If the statement is, for example, it operates under which ministry, then the answer would be it operates under Ministry of Personnel, Public Grievances, Administration. On the other hand, if the question is under whom ministry or which ministry's resolution led to the CBI formation, that would be the Home Ministry and the report to the Home Secretary as well. So that is where the current status lies. Now, CBI, as I said, has been criticized a lot. For example, Supreme Court very famously said that CBI is a caged parrot. CBI was called a caged parrot by the Supreme Court. Why did they say this? The Supreme Court said that CBI is a caged parrot, and the complete statement was CBI is a caged parrot that repeats the voice of its master. You know what parrot does, right? Parrot just repeats her own voice. So Supreme Court was extremely angry with the CBI, how they were conducting investigations in the coal scam and in different types of scams. And they said that CBI is just not an independent body. CBI is just a caged parrot who is repeating their master's voice. Can you use this quote in the exam? Yes, absolutely you can. If there's a quote by the Supreme Court, if there's a quote by the High Court or any official, if you are sure that this is a quote given by them, please feel free to use that in the mains answer. No problems with that. So if there's a question on the CBI, why the CBI is not working properly, or criticism of the CBI, feel free to use this quote by the Supreme Court. And the interesting part is, this is not the only time when CBI has been criticized. Criticism of the CBI is a very, very, very common occurrence. This criticism of the CBI that they're not working properly, they're not working independently. All this criticism of the CBI is very, very common. It's not something that you do not see. So they are used to it, although it should not happen, but they're pretty used to it. Now, related to the CBI, I wanted to give you example of a Supreme Court case that you should remember. There's a very famous Supreme Court case called the Vineet Narayan case of 1997. Have you heard of something called the Hawala scam? Have you heard of Hawala scam? Or do you know what is Hawala? Okay. Most of you have heard of Hawala scam. If you don't know what is Hawala scam, I'll just give you a very simple example. Let's take this example. Let's say you are in India and you have a lot of money, but it is all in cash. Okay. Let's say you are in India, you have a lot of money that is in cash, 1,000 crore, 2,000 crore, not really a problem. You want to transfer that money to someone in Australia. You want to buy property in Australia, something that you had to do. But it is black money. You don't want to tell the government the source of that money. You don't want to pay taxes also. So how do you transfer money from India to Australia? This is where Hawala agents or Hawala people come in. What they will do is they will take a percentage of money from you. They will make it their responsibility to transfer money from India to the other country. However they do that, I don't know. Neither should you know. That is how the Hawala agents work. So Hawala in very simple terms would be you can say offshore money transfer, money laundering. That is what Hawala usually is. So basically what happened was in the 1990s, now listen to this very carefully. In the 1990s, there was a huge Hawala scam that came out in the picture. there were many prominent businessmen that were involved. For example, there were many people. There was a case of some Jan brothers. So Jan brothers were these very famous businessmen, industrialists in India whose name came out that they are doing this. Their diaries, etc., were seized. In their diaries, names of a lot of very, very big politicians came out. So, very big politicians of that day, their names came out in the diaries. Now, because the name that came out in the Hawala scam were very big names, big ministers, no one wanted to go against them. So much so that no media wanted to publish this news. Every media was scared that action will be taken against us, so no one wanted to run the news. This is where there was a journalist called Vineet Narayan. Not was, he is still alive, by the way. He sometimes writes Indian Express editorials as well. So Vineet Narayan, a journalist of that time, he said that I will investigate the case. So what happened was he investigated the case by himself and he brought out a lot of names, and he started going to many of these news organizations asking them to publish this story. But no one published his story. No newspaper gave him time, no media channel gave him time, because again, at that time the nation did not want to know. Now the nation wants to know. So anyway, the scam that he came out, the scam that he came up with, nothing really happened about it. So what happened was, since he did not have any option, I'll come back to this slide in just a bit. I'll come back to this slide. This is Vineet Narayan. So when nothing really was happening, what he did was he recorded the entire investigation in cassettes. We had CDs earlier, we have pen drives, etc. Now we used to have cassettes. So he recorded this entire thing in the cassettes and then he started playing them out, and slowly people started to come to know about it. This is Vineet Narayan. He used to run this newspaper called Kal Chakra. So when it became famous, when many people got to know about it, then there was this case in the Supreme Court. So basically what happened was, when Vineet Narayan brought this to light, Supreme Court ordered the CBI inquiry. Supreme Court ordered the CBI to conduct an inquiry. But as expected, CBI did not find anyone guilty. Because again, the bosses of the CBI were involved in this. So how could CBI find anyone guilty? So basically, CBI could not find anyone guilty. Not just this, officers of the CBI who were investigating the case were transferred every single time. Every 2 months, 3 months, officers were transferred. So basically, it was a very, very sad state of affairs, very bad investigation. Supreme Court got very angry, and thus came the Vineet Narayana case of 1997. Today, Vineet Narayan case of 1997 is remembered not for Hawala. You also don't have to remember it for Hawala. This case is remembered today for CBI reforms. This is remembered today for CBI reforms. Because this was a case in which the Supreme Court said that there needs to be certain changes in the working of the CBI. First change, Supreme Court said that CBI should not be supervised by any minister or someone, because till that time usually the Home Minister used to give orders to CBI. So now it was said that CBI, they are working especially in corruption related charges. When they are hearing a corruption related matter, it should be supervised by CVC. We will read about CVC in just a bit. CVC is Central Vigilance Commission. This is another agency of the government. I will tell you about it in 15-20 minutes. So they said CBI, their working should be supervised by the CVC in corruption related matters. Government or ministers should not give them briefing or should not give them orders. Second thing that the Supreme Court said, no interference in the day-to-day administration. Has it been followed? Obviously not. But the Supreme Court said that it should, that there should be no interference. The biggest change, however, was this. This was the biggest change in the CBI. Before that, or till that time, till 1997, there was no committee for appointment of the CBI director. Till 1997, just like the CAG is appointed, the government used to give a name to the president used to appoint that person. So till that time, the CBI director was seen as a person who is very close to the government. So the IPS officers who were the closest to the government usually got the job. It was very famous that if you want to become a CBI director, go and become close to the government. That is the only way. But Supreme Court said this cannot happen. The other problem at that time was whenever a CBI director disobeyed the government, whenever a CBI director did not order investigation that the government wanted, or whenever a CBI director ordered something which angered the government, the CBI director was transferred immediately. Supreme Court did not want that to happen. So Supreme Court made two big changes in the working of the CBI, and those changes exist even today. First big change, once someone becomes a CBI director, give the person a tenure of at least 2 years. If you see, 2 years is also very less. But by that time, CBI directors had a tenure of few weeks or few months. As soon as they did something government did not like, they were transferred. So the Supreme Court said give them at least a 2 year tenure, which is followed today in most cases. Today, when the CBI gets a new director, they usually do get some time, or they usually get at least 2 years. By the way, do you know CBI has a new director just a few days back? You can search about him later. Anyway, also the Supreme Court said appointment cannot be done randomly by the government suggesting a name. There has to be a committee. The same committee that we read about, it was actually the initiative of the Supreme Court. That is why I was telling you that, see, this committee does not have a government majority. Now, do you see why? It does not have a government majority because the committee was never formed by the government. If the government would have formed the committee for CBI director, they would have automatically given themselves a majority. Because this committee has been made by the Supreme Court, this is why the government doesn't have the majority. So you see the connection here now. So the committee suggested by Supreme Court, Prime Minister, Leader of Opposition of the Lok Sabha, and the Chief Justice of India. Do you know very recently similar committee has been made for one more purpose? Very recently similar committee has been made by the Supreme Court for one more purpose. For what? Yes, for the Election Commission. For the Election Commission also a similar committee now has been made by the Supreme Court just a few weeks back. So again, the government should learn this lesson rather than waiting for the Supreme Court, because if Supreme Court forms a committee, it will not have government majority. So rather than waiting for the Supreme Court, it's better that the government itself makes a committee so that at least they can have a majority, right? Like they do in most of the things. So either you wait, hope that Supreme Court does not interfere, but if they do interfere, then you will not have the majority. So this has happened to the Election Commission, and there's another example of CBI that it has happened in the past. Now comes the problem of center versus the state with respect to the CBI. Now, for the next 10 minutes or 5-10 minutes at least, I would suggest you don't write anything in the chat. Please just listen to what I'm trying to tell you. Because if you skip some part, it would be difficult for you to understand. So please listen to what I'm trying to tell you, and then you can type after 5-10 minutes whatever you want. So basically, there is this concept of general consent and there's a concept of specific consent. What does this mean? The idea is, if a state government has given general consent to the CBI, general consent can be regarded as a lifelong permission. So if the state government has given general consent to the CBI, means a lifelong permission, that means CBI can take up any case within the state. They have lifelong permission. They don't have to ask for permission time and time again. There is a problem. Central government tells the CBI to conduct an inquiry. The CBI can without asking the state's permission. This is called general consent. The problem now is, in the past few years, we have seen state-center relationship declining. Many state governments have criticized the center government for various reasons. Center government has criticized state government for various reasons. A lot of these things have been happening. So what has happened is, now because our politics has become so polarized that the state governments think that center government is misusing CBI against them, that they conduct raids just before the elections, they don't really help us out. So now there is a trend that is developing. The trend is, one by one, many states in India are taking back the general consent from the CBI. So earlier, most of the states had given general consent. That is, you have a lifelong permission, you come investigate a case, no problem. We will not say anything. Don't ask for permission time and time again. Now, what has happened is many state governments have taken back their general consent, have taken back their lifelong permission. Now, what happens? For example, West Bengal. West Bengal has taken back the general consent. So now what happens? Now, if the CBI has to investigate a case in West Bengal, they would have to ask for permission of West Bengal. They would have to ask for specific consent. If West Bengal government says yes, then the CBI can investigate the case. But if the West Bengal government says no, then they cannot investigate the case in West Bengal. This is the concept of general consent versus specific consent. I'll give you one more example. And this is a real example so that you can understand if you had a problem. We used to be in school. Now listen to this very carefully. We used to be in school when, let's say, you had to go to drink water, use washroom, etc. So let's say the teacher is teaching. You ask the teacher, "May I go to drink water?" You go to drink water, and then when you come back, you stand at the door of the class and then you ask the teacher, "Ma'am, may I come in?" or "Sir, may I come in?" And they used to allow. So one day, our teacher was teaching and she got so angry that every 2 minutes someone is coming, "Ma'am, may I come in?" "Sir, may I come in?" What happened was the teacher said, "Let's make a rule from tomorrow. The rule is when you have to enter the class, don't ask me. Just come, enter and sit. Be quiet. Don't ask me for permission time and time again. Go drink water, ask for permission to go outside the class, that is fine. But when you're coming in, don't stand on the door, ma'am, may I come in?" No. Just come, sit, no problem with that. So what did she do? She gave us the general consent. She said, don't ask for permission, go, come, teach, whatever I'm doing, don't disturb me. You go and then just sit. That is called general consent. So again, the states giving a general consent to the CBI means that CBI has lifelong permission, come to the state, investigate a case, go, don't ask us, no required. But now, because many states have taken back the general consent, now CBI has to ask permission to the states. They have to ask for specific consent. And because of this, now the problem starts. Now understand one more thing. Shiva, I'll answer your question in this only. This logic of consent, general consent, specific consent will not apply to UTs. Why it will not apply to UTs? Because what did we say? For union territories, anyway CBI will take up the case suo motu, right? For UTs, it will not apply. The logic will not apply. Why? Because for union territories, CBI can anyways take up the case. So it doesn't apply to Delhi, Puducherry, Andaman, Nicobar. They can't take back the consent. That is a union territory. They will not have this offer, or they will not have this option. It is the states only that have this option. Now, as I said, there are many different states that have taken back this general consent. As you can see here, this general consenting has been taken back by many states. And as you can imagine, those states which are ruled by the non-BJP party, obviously, they are the ones who have taken back the general consent. West Bengal, I'm sorry, Chhattisgarh, and this list is not a complete list. Many others have taken it back. It's not the complete list. Punjab has taken back, Rajasthan, Maharashtra, when it was ruled by this Shiv Sena and NCP Congress alliance, they had also taken back. So this center and state relationship deteriorating is again a reason for this. Now, please listen to this very carefully. There are two ways in which you can use this information that you see on the screen here. There are two ways in which you can use this information. First, if you have a question, for example, in the mains examination about India's federal structure or the issues in India's federalism, where you have to give examples of how India's federal structure is in danger, or you have to give examples of how India's federal structure is declining, something like that. In those kind of answers, you can give these examples. So you can give examples of how many states governments in India are taking back the general consent given to the CBI, which again indicate that they don't trust the center government enough, thus indicating that federalism may be weakening, or federalism has still some issues that exist. So again, when you read something in one topic, try and see where can you use this in some other topic as well, which will enrich your answer even more. Please remember this. The idea is very simple. When you write a mains answer, think of it from the examination point of view, examiner point of view. I get up in the morning, I do not have a good breakfast, I come and check these copies, I'm checking 30, 40 copies in a day, everyone writing the same question, same answer. I will get bored, right? If I want to give you good marks, I want a new perspective in your answer. A new perspective doesn't mean that you start telling me a story of Titanic. A new perspective means I need someone to have a slightly fresh perspective to an answer. So, for example, when you write an answer about federalism, everyone will write federalism problem, yes, emergency can be imposed by the center government, not by the state government. Then you will write tax related issues, center government doesn't give enough taxes to the state government. Those things everyone knows, everyone will write those only. But where do you give examples where your answer can stand out at least slightly? This is where you have to understand. So when you're writing these kind of answers, see what examples can you give from something that you may have read somewhere else as well. So when you read these kind of things, they can always be used in some other kind of answers as well. This is just one example that I'm sharing with you. Also, this doesn't mean that you will forcefully include something in the answer because sir told me that day I have to write, so I will write. Don't do that. See if there is scope, if the question is in that line where you can write this. That is how your answer will be enriched. So please make sure GS1, GS2, GS3, 4 are not different, not separate from each other. It's not that they have to be divided. You can give an example of something you read in GS1 and GS3 also if you think that makes sense. If something you read in GS2 makes sense, you can give example in GS1. No issues with that. Absolutely no. In fact, it would be appreciated that you can interconnect in between the subjects. So as long as you can interconnect, as long as you can go ahead and make sure that your answer is supported or becomes better with other examples, please go ahead and do that and you will see your marks getting improved drastically. That is one of the ways that people usually should write the answer. That was a CBI. Also, the reason why I have not discussed the removal of the CBI director is because there is no removal process. The government can just give an order for removal, meaning that CBI director holds the office till the pleasure of the president. So there is no removal method as such. When the government wants to remove the CBI director, they'll just give an order and remove him. Simple. There is another organization that we have called Central Vigilance Commission, CVC. Now, what is Central Vigilance Commission? What is CVC? What is vigilance? Vigilance means keeping an eye. Keeping an eye. That keeping an eye mainly against corruption. Keeping an eye against corruption. That is what is vigilance. You all would have heard this word vigil. That I have kept a vigil, they have kept a vigil. That is how vigilance is. Now, Central Vigilance Commission. Why was it formed? What does it do, etc. You will see that the work of the Central Vigilance Commission, that is the CVC, you will find it is very much on similar lines as the Lokpal, very similar to that of Lokpal. It also investigates cases against of corruption. The big difference between this and the Lokpal is number one, Lokpal has jurisdiction over even the ministers, even the members of parliament, and even the prime minister in certain cases, as we saw. CVC does not investigate cases against ministers or members of parliament or even the prime minister. They will investigate cases against the government officials, against people working in the government. How was it formed? Basically, the history goes back to 1962. There was a committee formed called the Santhanam Committee that recommended that we should make a body to specially register complaints against corruption in the government offices. So the idea was, in government offices, when people go, they face corruption, someone is asking them for a bribe. We should have a body that will look into these cases. So in 1964, it was set up as an executive body. Now, please do remember this. When it was first set up in 1964, it was an executive body. Executive body means some body that is created by a government resolution, government order. Parliament did not pass the law. Constitution does not say anything about it. Just the government passing an order, passing a resolution, got the body created. That is called an executive body. So it was formed as an executive body in 1964. In 2003, it got converted into statutory body. How? Because a law was passed about it. So in 2003, CBC Act of 2003 was passed and it got the statutory status. Why am I stressing upon this? There was a question asked in the UPSC a few years ago and the students got confused because everyone thought CVC is a statutory body, but the question was about that CVC was formed as an executive body. So many people got confused. So please remember, it was formed as an executive body. It worked as an executive body till 2003. Then it got converted to a statutory body. So right now, the president stated it's a statutory body, meaning that it has been passed or a law has been passed about it by the parliament. That is the present status. Now, how do they work? What is the job of the CVC? Let me explain in very simple terms. Every government department has an officer which would be called a vigilance officer. Okay? Every government department will have an officer called a vigilance officer. So let's assume that you go to the RTO to get a driving license made. Now what happens? Someone asks you for a bribe. What do? You have an option to complain to the CVC. I will show you the CVC portal again. Again, CVC complaints can also be filed online. There's a portal that they have made. So let's say you go to the CVC portal, you file a complaint, write a complaint that, sir, I went to this RTO and this guy asked me for bribe. Now tell me what to do. What will the CVC do? The first thing that the CVC do is call the vigilance officer of the department. That we have got a complaint from your department. Can you tell us what happened? Can you investigate the case? Do you have some CCTV recording? Can you give us some proof, etc.? Vigilance officer can say that yes, something happened or no, whatever. Yes or no. If that is it, investigation is done, great. What will the CVC do? CVC will recommend action against the officer to the concerned government. CVC will tell the government that please remove this officer, or suspend this officer, or put a fine on this officer, or whatever. That is one way. Second way is, let's assume vigilance officer cannot inquire, cannot conduct an inquiry, or something like that has happened. Or maybe the complaint is against the vigilance officer itself. Anything can happen. Then what will happen? Then in that case, the CVC will ask the CBI to conduct the investigation. If the level of crime is higher than the level that can be handled by the vigilance officer, or the vigilance officer himself or herself is involved in that, so you can't expect him or her to do anything, then they will ask the CBI to conduct an inquiry. Again, the same thing will happen. The CBI will conduct an inquiry. They will see what has happened. If they think someone is guilty, they will tell the CVC. CVC will again recommend to the government to transfer, remove, suspend the officer or whatever. So again, in simple terms, CVC ensures or collects complaints against corruption, ensures investigation. But the problem is CVC does not have the powers to remove or suspend any government official. The only thing that they can do is that they can go ahead and recommend to the government. They can only recommend to the government. A transfer, suspend, remove, nothing more than that. Whether the recommendation will be accepted by the government or will not be accepted by the government depends on the government only. But they don't have the power to forcefully suspend or transfer, remove anyone. They will have to wait for the government only. Now, how does the CVC work, or who are the members in the CVC? Central Vigilance Commission is a 3-member body, a chairperson, and maximum 2 vigilance commissioners. Now, just like other bodies also, I should not laugh, but just like other bodies also, they also are not full. So right now, if you go to the commission's website, you will see it has a chairperson and only 1 member. In fact, only 1 is also better, because for more than a year, it had no members. For more than a year, it only had the Central Vigilance Commissioner and no members. Very recently, I think government thought that governance batch is starting. Let us have at least 1 member. What will the students say? So government appointed at least 1 member. So now we have 1 plus 1, only 2 people. But again, as you can see, there are still vacancies that we have here. Now, who exactly can be these people? Who can come in the CVC? Who can work in the CVC here? Basically, those who have been or are in the All India Service or civil services. So basically, over here, it is clearly mentioned that civil servants will be appointed. So those who have been working in the All India Service or any civil service of the union government, they have knowledge and experience in vigilance, policy making, police administration, they can come here. Those who have held office or are holding office under any central government act, government company, etc., they can also come in. So either they have to be civil servants, or they can be non-civil servants also who have been working at the central government at a certain level. But usually, as expected, most of the people coming in here are civil servants only. How is the appointment done? The appointment is done by the President of India on the recommendation of a 3-member committee. Who are these 3 members? The Prime Minister is the head of the committee, as expected. Second member is the Home Minister, and the third member is the leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha. What is the difference? And tell me in the chat quickly, who was in the appointing committee of the Central Information Commission, by the way? Central Information Commission, who was the member? Or is it the same? Central Information Commission, is it the same? Okay, Amrit, Sachin, Piyush, Arman, Pulkit, Deepika, Sugan, Manmeet. Perfect. A lot of you know it. Gladly, most of you remember. Okay, Raghav. So CIC, 3-member body. The second member was different. The second member in case of CIC was any cabinet minister of Prime Minister's choice. The second member was different. It could have been any cabinet minister of PM's liking, of PM's choice. That is a difference. Earlier used to be, or for the CVC, it is fixed. It will be the Home Minister. For the CIC, it is not fixed. It can be any minister on the Prime Minister's liking, whoever he or she wants. Another interesting part, the CVC has a tenure of 4 years, not 5, not 6, but 4 years. So they have a 4-year tenure and 65 years of retirement age. They get the same salary and allowance as the UPSC members and UPSC chairperson. Okay, I have an interesting question here. I'll take that up. Hariom is saying, what is the meaning of warrant under hand and seal? Let me try and explain what is warrant under hand and seal. See, most of the central government appointments, almost all of the central government appointments are done by the president only. For example, when you become an IAS officer, the letter of appointment that you will get, for example, will be from the President of India. So the appointments that you do, or central government appointments, are done by the president. Now, however, there are 2 ways to look at this. President of India cannot sign on every paper. President of India cannot stamp on every appointment. So what happens is, people who are at the highest level, like the CAG, for example, or like, let's say, CIC, CVC, etc., when their appointment is done, it is said that appointed by the president by warrant under his hand and seal, meaning that in their appointment, president himself will have to issue the order. He cannot delegate this job to someone else. Someone else will not sign on his behalf. It will be the president's seal. On the other hand, in most other appointments, let's say when you get the appointment letter for IAS, it may happen, it may have a seal of some other officer, and it will be written on behalf of the President of India, or signing or putting a seal on behalf of the President of India. So on most of the appointments in the central government, you will see on behalf of President of India, in the name of President of India, someone signing, someone putting a seal. But when you talk about the highest level of officials, like these, no one else will be delegated this. It is nothing really that important, but it is just to indicate the importance of this post. That at the highest positions, it cannot be delegated to someone else. It will be something that the President of India himself would do. It will be something the President of India would put a stamp on himself. That is usually what you mean by warrant under the hand and seal. The removal process, again, the same as UPSC, as I've been discussing time and time again. Same as UPSC, same as CIC, same as Lokpal, all these are the same. We had discussed this again earlier as well. The idea is very simple. The President of India, if they want to remove, they will ask the Supreme Court to conduct the inquiry, and the Supreme Court will see if the person is guilty of, let's say, if the person is insolvent. Let's say if the person has been charged with corruption, if you have taken up any paid employment outside office, if you are of infirm mind or body, all of these are reasons for the removal. The Supreme Court will conduct an inquiry, and the Supreme Court will then go ahead and ask the person or ask the president to be removed. Okay. Now, if you look at the functions of what the CVC exactly does, as I discussed, CVC mainly has to look into cases or complaints that come to it about corruption. As I said, their first responsibility is that they will ask, or their first plan of action will be, they will ask the vigilance officer of the department that can you inquire into this? Can you conduct an inquiry? Can you see if someone is guilty or not? Can you give us the evidence? If that doesn't happen, then they will ask the CBI to conduct the inquiry. Also, we just discussed what happened in the Vineet Narayan case. Remember, as I said, in the Vineet Narayan case, the Supreme Court said what? That the working of the CBI, especially on corruption related cases, should be supervised by the CVC. Remember, I'll just take you back there. See there, the first point. CBI should be supervised by CVC in corruption cases only. So whatever corruption cases the CBI is investigating, the CVC will ensure that the investigation is going on without any problem. CVC will make sure that the investigation is on track. That is also responsibility that the CVC has gotten about the CBI. If CBI is investigating any case with regards to PCA, what is PCA by the way? PCA is something that we studied yesterday, Prevention of Corruption Act. Remember? Prevention of Corruption Act, 1988. So, whenever the CBI is investigating any case regarding the Prevention of Corruption Act, their cases, the fact that or whether they are being supervised in the right manner or not, CVC will look into that. It will review the progress of investigation that the CBI has done. It will also review the progress of whether the government has given permission for prosecution or not. Remember, we discussed for even prosecuting government officials, you require prior permission of the government under the Prevention of Corruption Act. They will look whether the government is delaying this permission, whether the government is giving the permission on time or not. This also becomes the job role of the CVC. Now, who are the officers against whom the CVC can conduct the inquiry? The CVC can conduct the inquiry against members of the All India Service serving in connection with Government of India and Group A officers of the central government. Apart from that, any officers of central government PSUs. So any office of the central government PSU, whoever is working with the central government companies, all of them will be under jurisdiction of the CVC. Now, now listen to this very carefully. If you look at the CVC's working, whenever you have any agency, and please remember this, whenever you have any agency that has the word central in this, please understand, whenever there is any agency with the word central in this, that will always mean that you have a parallel agency at the state level also. Any agency with the word central will never be an all India agency. They will have to be a separate agency at the state level. For example, Central Information Commission, State Information Commission, Central Bureau of Investigation, CID, Criminal Bureau, Criminal Investigation Department. Similarly, we have the CVC. So we will always have the state vigilance commissioners also. So whenever there is a body that has the word central, you would usually see that the state body is different. State body will work parallelly. Similarly, here also, the CVC will look into the employees working for the central government, while the state bodies are separate. For the state governments, you have a separate body to look into their cases. So there are all these examples that you can actually find. Now, this is the portal where you can file a complaint to the CVC. If you just Google, you will get to this portal. Again, one of the good things that we should appreciate is that in the last few years, in the last decade or so, most of the government activities, most of the things where you have to interact with the government have become online, much easier to access. If you go back a decade or so, you will see for most of the things you have to go physically to the government department to file a complaint, to do anything. But now most of that has been online. So it has become much easier with the use of e-governance, with the use of technology, communications, IT. For most of the things where you have to complain or file any grievance, it is all done online. For example, I don't know how many of you know this or not. Earlier, even if you had to make a driving license for learning, not the real one, even if you have to make a learning driving license, earlier you have to go to RTO, fill up all that form. Now it can be done online. If you see, it can be done online only. For driving license, the learning driving license, you don't have to go to the RTO. You open up the RTO website, there's a test, because in learning driving license, it is assumed you don't know how to drive. So there's no driving test. So you answer the quiz online, it will take a quiz, it will give you the printout form of your learning driver license. So a lot of things have been done online. And we have to appreciate that. And this has, again, the CVC again is a prime example of that as well. This is how the CVC portal looks like. What is this PIDPI? As it's written here, if you can see, I don't know if you can see or not. If not, let me write it. So, public interest disclosure and protection of informer resolution. This is PIDPI. It's written here. Public interest disclosure and protection of informer resolution. If you can't see due to the small font, let me read it out to you. So basically, what does it mean? As I said, remember we were discussing about Lokpal yesterday, and I told you one of the issues with the Lokpal is if you file a complaint with the Lokpal, as per the law, it does not guarantee that your identity will be protected. The Lokpal law does not guarantee any identity protection. But over here, if you file a complaint to the CVC, the law says your identity will be kept confidential. Your identity will be kept confidential. So, for example, if you file a complaint against someone who is a powerful person, you don't have to worry. We will not disclose your identity. There are some loopholes to this also. I'll tell this in just a bit. What are the loopholes? Because it's not that your identity will not be revealed to anyone. There will be some exceptions. Your identity may be revealed to a few people. We'll discuss how that happens. But at least the law says that you will not have your identity revealed. Now, I'll tell you something very interesting. Did any one of you did any one of you visit the Lokpal website yesterday? I'm sure you would not have. You're all busy people. But did any one of you get a time to visit maybe Lokpal website, maybe see how the portal works? Anyone? Okay. Okay. Most of you would not have. Okay. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you something very interesting. So if you go to the website of Lokpal, the portal where you can file the complaint, they also say that we will keep our identity, or we will try to keep our identity confidential. But again, that is not covered under the law. Please understand this. In the Lokpal portal, you will see they have written it that your identity will be kept a secret, but it is not covered under the law. We will talk about Whistleblower Protection Act in just a bit. In the Whistleblower Protection Act, it clearly says only if the complaint is filed to CVC, your identity will be protected. Even if you file a complaint to police, identity will not be protected. For Lokpal also, it will not be protected. Now, if you're asking me why, you should ask the government, not me, because I don't make the law. So maybe the government will tell you, spend 10 rupees and ask them, why are you not doing this? So maybe they'll give you the answer, but they have not. Again, the same logic applies. And I told you the logic earlier as well. Think of it from the government's point of view. Would they want more and more people to file a complaint to Lokpal, or would they want less and less people to file complaint to the Lokpal? Just think of it this way. What is in the interest of people working at that position? Would they want a lot of people to file complaint? Obviously not. So why would they go the extra mile and say, don't worry, we will protect your identity? They will not go that extra mile unless people start demanding. See, that is the problem with democracy. And again, I am not saying democracy is bad, but the problem with democracy is, and it is around the entire world, the problem with democracy is governments will only do something when it gets them votes. As simple as that. This is true with every country. Government will do something when it gets them votes. As simple as that. Be it America, be it any country. So the moment the government thinks that having a strong Lokpal will give them more votes, they will make the strongest Lokpal ever. You can't even imagine how strong a Lokpal that would be. But for that, you have to put that fear in the minds of the government that if you don't make a big Lokpal or strong Lokpal, we will not give you votes. So the responsibility has to be with the people as well. And I remember one thing. Uh, there was uh, there was a student of mine, I think 4 years ago, who reached the IAS interview stage. Unfortunately, could not make it after that in the finalists, but he reached the interview stage about 3 4 years ago. And when he was sitting in the interview, he had an education based background. He had taught in some schools, etc., B.Ed, etc. So what happened was that this person was asked a question in the interview, and the interview question was about the problems in the education system in India. So the interviewers were discussing about the problem in the school system and in the government schools, etc. And the interviewer asked, why do you think the government schools in India are not up to that level? What are the problems? Because these are the kind of questions that you have in the interview, because he had an education background. So basically, he started by saying that governments have not given enough funds. Governments, basically, he did not say a lot, but he just said one or two lines about the government. And apparently, what happened was that the interview board, one of the members became very angry, became agitated. So one of the members said that how can you blame the government for everything? If a teacher goes to school, sits on the bench, doesn't do anything, why would you blame the government for that? Would you blame the government, the prime minister, that, oh, you should go ask the teacher to teach? At the end of the day, the government itself is not teaching, so what will you do? You can't blame the government for everything. Yes, you can blame the government for a lot of things. It's not really a problem. You can blame them for a lot of things. But what you have to understand is that your answer cannot always start with blame the government. No, because who elects the government? It is you. We elect the government, right? So blaming the government is not really a solution to anything. Yes, for some things you can, but for a lot of things you cannot. You have to introspect. There are a lot of other factors at play. For example, we all cry about, oh, there are so many criminals in politics, so many people with criminal record in Lok Sabha. But ask yourself, who elected those people to Lok Sabha? Who elected those people to the Legislative Assembly? And then ask this question, why are they criminals in politics? Who is supporting them? Ask people, have you made an attempt to even check the background of the candidates before voting? All the candidates who stand in the election, by law, as per the law, compulsorily have to give details of how many criminal cases are pending against them. All that detail is available online. But you say, sir, how can we find it out? But you can find out whatever you want on YouTube, right? When you want to. You can find anything on Instagram when you want to. But when you want to find, or when you have to find a criminal record, then you're like, oh, sir, I can't. I'm technologically paralyzed. I can't do this. That is a problem. If you can't do what is expected from you, you can't then start blaming the government. Most people, when they go ahead and when they just vote, they look at the surname of the candidate, they look at the region of the candidate, look at the party of the candidate, nothing more, nothing less. You would not even know. For example, let me ask you this question. Okay, let me ask you this question. It's 2023. You elected your member of parliament in 2019. It has been 4 years. If I ask you today, do you know how many days did your member of parliament attend the parliament? Do you know his attendance record? Attendance record of your MP, the member that you elected in your constituency. Do you know his or her attendance record? Most people would not know. Do you know, has he even asked a question? No, you will not know. Do you know, has he even answered a question, did anything? You will not know. Now, let me ask you, you do not know because it is not available, or you don't want to know? What do you think? You don't know because the information is not available, or because you don't want to know? Good job, Hariom. The information is available. Information is available. You just have to find it. I'll give you an example. So after the class, do something. After the class, search for PRS India. Okay. After the class, search PRS India. PRS India is a portal that has a lot of information about everything. They have a feature. So they have a feature on their website. There's a phone number. And what you have to do is, on this phone number, you have to send an SMS with your PIN code. So whatever your PIN code is, wherever you are living, on that SMS number, you send the PIN code, and they will reply with the name of your MP, the attendance record of your MP, how many questions has he or she asked, how many times has he come to parliament, or everything is available online. But we just don't want to see it, because the easiest thing is to blame, as simple as that. The easiest thing is, oh, government is very bad. I tell you, the politicians, they are the ones responsible for taking the country down. But again, you can't have that kind of a view, especially not when you're preparing for the UPSC exam. See, there's a difference between you, who is preparing for a UPSC exam, and those who are just drinking tea and discussing politics and doing debate on WhatsApp group or Facebook. You can't be those people. You have to be different from them if you really want to become a part of this bureaucracy. So you have to see the much bigger picture. You can't just indulge in those debates and then leave it there. For them, it's a time pass. For you, it is not a time pass. So you have to explore more things. You have to see the other points of view. So yes, you are right in blaming the government for a lot of things. I'm not saying you are not right. But that should not reflect in your answer in interview, that you're only blaming the government for everything. And you're not realizing that government works on the wishes of the people. So unless the wishes of the people change, the government will not change, because there's no reason for the government to change. So please remember that as well. Again, do some homework, go to PRS India website. It will give you a lot of information for your own good. Anyways, let's come to the working of the CVC, the problems in the CVC. What exactly are the problems that they have? Now, the CVC in itself, first big problem, which is not even written here, and many people have asked in the chat also, if we have a CVC, why do we have a Lokpal? If we have a Lokpal, then why do we have a CVC? The truth is, even the government will not be able to tell you, why do we have a Lokpal if we already have the CVC? If we have a CVC, why do we have the Lokpal? Basically, the only difference that you can find out is that they can also regulate ministers, members of parliament, and prime minister. That is the only difference. But then you could say, but sir, maybe you could have extended the power of CVC only, maybe added this to CVC. Why to make another body? That is very logical. Many people say, Lokpal, there was no need of the Lokpal. If you really wanted, maybe you could have expanded the power of CVC, asked them to, okay, look into ministers also. But the problem was, at that time when the country was demanding a Lokpal, because you have to understand the background of Lokpal, how the Lokpal law came into being. Because the country was demanding Lokpal, so vehemently, there was so much protest going on, that the government under the pressure said, okay, we are making a Lokpal, because most people did not even know the detail of the Lokpal law. Everyone just wanted, we want a Lokpal, we want a Lokpal. It's like a kid saying, I want a chocolate, I want a chocolate. What is inside the chocolate wrapper? How does it taste? You don't even know this, but I want a chocolate. Nothing more, nothing less. It's like giving that shiny toy to a kid. Similar was a case here, that I want a Lokpal, I want a Lokpal. What is inside the Lokpal? No one knows. How will Lokpal work? I don't know. Is it different from CVC? I don't know. But I want a Lokpal. That was the problem in that era when we were actually discussing this Lokpal. So government said, okay, give them the Lokpal. Because no one realized that we already have an office similar to this. Not the same, but similar to this. So it's a problem of wasted resources. We have seen now no significant case has been solved or even investigated by the Lokpal. A lot of sources go into this. As I said earlier, these people appointed as the highest positions, they don't come cheap. They take a lot of money. They take a lot of resources from the government. So that is a big problem. That CVC, Lokpal have similar kind of function, and you do not really have to have these two. Anyways, the other difference, if you really want to have a difference, the other difference is, you may say that, sir, CVC are civil servants only, but Lokpal is independent, so they will be working independently. But again, in the Lokpal also, you have non-judicial members. Who are the non-judicial members? Again, the non-judicial members are civil servants only. And we saw yesterday, right now there are 6 members, 4 are non-judicial, only 2 are judicial. We saw this yesterday, right? So again, the objective of Lokpal, why did it come into being? How is it so different from CVC? There's still a lot of debate going on. Anyway, the other problems in the working of the CVC. First big problem, and this is not just a problem of the CVC, it's a problem of Lokpal, it's a problem of all these agencies, dependence on the CBI. Now, please understand this. There are a lot of commissions working in India. Central Vigilance Commission is not the only one. For example, we have the National Human Rights Commission. We have the National Commission for Minorities. Similarly, let's say we have the Women's Commission. So we have a lot of these commissions in India. But the problem is, you can file a complaint to any of these. To Women Commission, women can file complaint. Minorities Commission, you can file complaint. National Commission for backward classes, SC, ST, you can file a complaint to anyone. But the problem here is, none of them have their own investigating agency. At the end of the day, all of them will transfer the complaint to CBI only and ask the CBI to conduct the inquiry. Now, CBI itself, as we saw, number one, dependent on the government. Number two, lack of personnel. So how do you expect the CBI, that already would have thousands of cases of investigation going on, to now conduct an inquiry on these commissions also? That is why most of the complaints to CVC or Lokpal or these kind of organizations like the Human Rights Commissions are not really resolved quickly. Because the reason is simple. We do not have an independent investigative agency dedicated to them specially. So when they ask the CBI to conduct the inquiry, it's usually delayed. CBI itself has a lot of work. That remains a big problem. Second big problem, no independent powers of prosecution. There are 2 things to consider here. Number one, as I said, when you have to prosecute someone, you have to ask the central government's permission. Remember, first central government's permission is required. By the way, is there a time period for central government to give this permission? Is there a time period within which the central government has to give the permission? What do you think? So far, the only correct answer I've had is from Zeba. Don't tell me yes or not. If there is yes, then tell me how much. Okay, Sumit is also correct. N.M. Dangar is also correct. Saurabh is also correct. Munna correct. Those who are saying no, I think you are confusing between investigation and prosecution. If you remember, For investigation, there was no time limit. For prosecution, there was a time limit. What was the time limit? If you remember, the time limit was 3 months extended to one more maximum. Remember? Those who are saying no, the no part was when you ask government for investigation permission. That does not have a time limit. We discussed this yesterday. If you see your PPT, you will see that. In the prosecution part, there was a time limit. There is a time limit. That is a 3 month time limit. Can be extended to one more month. So please do remember that, right? So now the problem with the prosecution that the CVC has, number one, it has to ask for permission every single time from the government. They can't just start investigation themselves. Second, they can just maximum recommend the government that, see, you have to suspend the officer, you have to transfer the officer, whatever. They themselves can't dismiss the officer. They themselves can't take really action against the officer that no, you have to be removed. Similarly, there is a delay in prosecution. As I said, government usually sees whether we want to or we don't want to. The investigation again happens with the CBI. So if the government itself gives order to the CBI to delay the investigation, everything else will derail itself. So that remains a big problem. No separate investigative agency, delay, dependence on the government for prosecution, etc. Then, government does not comply with the recommendations, especially when the recommendations are against those people who are kind of favorites of the government. See, you have to understand, every government has some officers that they really like for whatever reasons. Maybe the reasons that they do the job the best. Maybe the reason is that they have the same ideology. Maybe the reason is that they hate the same people, whatever. But every government has few officers that they really like. And there's a history of officers joining politics because they were so close to the parties. There's a long history of those officers who have been close to the government, so they joined politics. You can look at our foreign minister. You can look at West Bengal. Many secretaries who have to be transferred to Delhi. They said we will not come to Delhi. They resigned and they joined the TMC instead. So there's a long history of that. You can look in Bihar. Many IAS officers indulging in politics. It's a long history of people after the service, either after retirement, joining the service, as happened with our foreign minister, or many people quitting the service before retirement and joining politics. That is because every political party likes certain officers. And again, it's not bad. If you're liking an officer because your officer is very good in his or her job, then great. Why not? But a lot of times, they like the officers not because they are great with the working, but because the way that they are working. When the politicians tell them to do something wrong, they do it. When the government asks them to take action against their adversaries, they do it. So that is how the government starts liking them. So if the CVC recommends action against those officers which are in the good books of the government, which the government likes, the government usually does not give recommendation or does not take disciplinary action. Next problem, very poor engagement with the civil society. Tell me very honestly, before you started preparing for the UPSC exam, how many of you knew that something called CVC exists in India? Not the CVV of your credit card, debit card, but the CVC. How many of you knew this? Mostly people would not know. Mostly people would not know. If you knew, then you are born to be an IAS officer. I'm very proud of you. But most common people would not know. Even today, you ask your friends, do you know what is CVC? And they will tell you, no, I will not tell you my CVV number. That is my secret number. Ask your parents, do they know what is CVC? They will not know. So CVC, again, a lot of these bodies, be it the CV, at least Lokpal is something that people have heard of because of this big agitation of Lokpal. Although people would not know the details of Lokpal, how does it work, that's a separate matter altogether. But at least people know about the name. People know about CBI. They have heard it in the news, they see it in the paper. CVC don't even know it. Why? Because to the CBI, you can't file a complaint. So government has no problem in letting the people know about CBI. But to the CVC, people can file complaints. So let it be a secret. Don't tell anyone there's something called the CVC. So these things usually are not told to the people. People are not really made aware about this. How do these things work? That remains a big problem. As I said earlier, for a long, long time, CVC only had one single member. See this article date. This article date was 3rd of Jan 2022, and it says since June 2021, means about 6 7. And after that, also for many months, CVC only had one member, the Chief Vigilance Commissioner, not the other ones. Right now, as I said, right now also we are one person short. Right now, we have one chief and we have one other Vigilance Commissioner. But again, there is still one seat that is still vacant. At least it is better than what we had earlier, because for a long time we just have one Chief Vigilance Commissioner. Okay. Before we move on to the next topic of ED, Enforcement Directorate, I'll take up some of your questions and then we'll take a small break. Let's see. Vikram is saying, can CISF inspector become a part of CVC or CBI? Yes, why not? They can. If the government gives them their blessings, they can. Abhijit is saying, what is the status of ombudsman in other countries? How independent they are? They are ombudsman in many other countries which are independent. Singapore has a very famous ombudsman. Similar is the case with Norway, Sweden. There are ombudsmen in many countries which are pretty independent. You can't compare over 200 countries and everyone, but yes, there are some examples which are independent. Asif, if you want to take a break, go and take a break. Why do you want me to take a break? Should I not answer people's questions? You want to take a break? Go take a break. I'm not stopping you. Go, come back whenever you want. Then, Anusha, the working of CVC, as I said, simple. You have a corruption complaint against an officer, you file a complaint to the CVC, they will investigate the matter and ask the CBI to conduct it. Then Kirupkar is saying CVC is dependent on CBI. As I said, CVC, Lokpal, the problem with these bodies is they don't have their own investigative agency. So they don't have, let's say, their own police. They don't have their own officers who will work. For them, they would have to either see if someone can go do the investigation, or they will ask the CBI to conduct the investigation. So they are mainly dependent on the CBI to conduct the investigations. Misbah, loss of credibility of CBI is when you keep on hearing Supreme Court saying that CBI is not doing their job properly, when you keep on hearing Supreme Court scolding the CBI, when you see Supreme Court saying that CBI is a case parrot. So the image of people or image of CBI in the minds of the people will obviously decrease. That is the loss of credibility. Shiva is saying, can we say democracy is a process which will take time, as many loopholes after 75 years, and this is the best form of governance? I won't say, see, just because we are living in a democracy, we like it, doesn't mean that you have the right to give a certificate that democracy is the best form of government. Depends on how the people. I'll give you a very interesting example. Uh, there's an example of Iraq. So Iraq was ruled by Saddam Hussein, no democracy. America came in saying that, oh, democracy is the best form of government. We will kill Saddam Hussein. We will bring democracy. What happened? They killed Saddam Hussein. They tried to establish democracy. Even today, there is no proper law and order in Iraq. At least whatever Saddam Hussein was doing, there was proper law and order. So just because we have democracy doesn't really mean democracy is always the best form of government. You may like it, you may not like it. Okay, Pulkit, see, again, you are making me say the same thing again and again. You're asking why we still have corruption, why we still have corruption. We have corruption because people are not serious about it. Simple. The same answer I'm giving you time and time again. You convince the government we will not vote for you unless you remove government, unless you remove corruption, the corruption will be removed. As simple as that. Rahul, CVC first came up in 1964 as a executive body, turned into a statutory body in 2003. Okay, perfect. Let's take a break, 15 minutes. After that, we'll come back and take up the other questions. Uh, let's be back at 8:05. and then we'll continue from here for the ED. Thank you so much. Hi everyone. I hope all of you are back after a break. Perfect. So far we have discussed a couple of things today in today's module. We have discussed about the CBI and we have discussed about the CVC. Now we are moving on to the third part. The third part is the Enforcement Directorate, that is ED. Now, usually we do not read about Enforcement Directorate. Please remember this. Usually we do not read about it. You will usually not see a chapter on Enforcement Directorate in most of the books. The reason why we are reading about it, or reason why we have started reading about it in the last 1.5, 2 years is because this is a body that remains in the news continuously for a lot of reasons. And that is why, so that that part of the news is not left uncovered, that is why we are discussing this. But usually you will not see chapters on ED or a lot of talks on ED in any of the classes. Now, what is ED? What does it do? ED, as you know, stands for Enforcement Directorate. It gets its powers from a law called PMLA, that is Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Let's first talk about what do you mean by money laundering. What do you mean by money laundering? As you know, the word laundry means to clean, right? You do give your clothes to laundry means cleaning them. Similarly, when you have black money means unaccounted money, money for which you have not paid any taxes, money for which you cannot share the source from where have you gotten this money. When you have all that money which is unaccounted for, you cannot use it for most of the things. You cannot use it to buy a house because they will ask you not to give payment in cash. They'll ask you to transfer it, but you cannot do that. So what happens is people who have a lot of black money find out a way or try a way to convert that into legal money. That is called money laundering. So, in simple terms, converting black money into white money, or if you don't want to play into colors, converting illegal money into legal money, converting illegitimate money into legitimate money, all this is what is called as money laundering. This is what the idea of money laundering is. Now, money laundering again is a big crime because that money can be used for a lot of dangerous purposes, including terrorism as well. That is why a lot of countries have very strict laws about money laundering. India also has laws about money laundering. In 1956, India formed something called the Enforcement Unit to look into money laundering cases. Later on, this became what we call as the ED, that is Enforcement Directorate. So ED gets most of its powers under PMLA, Prevention of Money Laundering Act, also under Fugitive Economic Offenders Act. Fugitive economic offenders means like Vijay Mallya. People who have taken a loan, who have done some scam, and they are fugitive, means they have run away. Against them also action can be taken by the ED. Then Foreign Exchange Management Act. Foreign Exchange Management Act means when you have someone who is trying to convert your currency into a foreign currency and then bringing it back to India. So that also, an FERA, Foreign Exchange Regulation Act. So basically all these things come under ED, but mainly the ED is famous for, and ED gets most of its powers from PMLA, that is Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Most of these news stories that you see about ED raiding a certain place, ED raiding a certain officer, all of that is under PMLA. The PMLA Act came into picture in the year 2005. The idea was very simple, to ensure that Indian money that is outside India, saved in Swiss banks or wherever, that money should come back. The source of that money should be traced. ED has been given a lot of powers under PMLA, and we'll discuss about those powers as well. ED has been given humongous powers. It has the powers to investigate cases. It has the powers to even appoint or investigate cases against higher level officials. As you know, ED has been very powerful in the past few years. raiding a lot of well-known politicians, going ahead and raiding and searching the premises of very well-known people. Now, the question is, where does ED come into the picture? If you have a crime where at least, remember this, at least 1 crore rupee is involved, only and only then the ED will be involved, not below that. So if, let's say, you have 10 rupees of black money, 100 rupees of black money, 90,000, 10 lakh rupees of black money, ED will not come into picture. ED will only take up cases which have involvement of at least 1 crore rupees. Now, in this case, usually what happens, let's assume the police comes to know about a money laundering case. The police comes to know that someone has this black money, they're trying to convert this into white money. Police has the responsibility. They will inform the ED if there is at least 1 crore rupees involved in this. So even if the police comes to know about it first and they know it is a case of over 1 crore rupees, the police will involve ED, the police will ask the ED to come in and take into notice. Now please understand, ED will only come in if laundering has taken place. Let me give you an example so that you can understand this. Let's assume some people go and raid a bank. They go take out all the money from the bank and they steal that money, and that money is, let's say, cash of 50 crore. Okay, let's assume they steal all that 50 crore cash from the bank and they keep it in their house. Now, when they steal this 50 crore cash, keep it in their house, would the ED get involved? No, ED will not get involved. Why? Because this is just a case of theft. People stealing the money does not involve ED. If tomorrow or some days, after some months, if people start using this money to convert this into white money now, means now if they start, let's say, using this to buy property, if they start using this to buy a car, if they start using this to buy foreign trips, etc., whatever, if you start using this, then it becomes money laundering. That is, you are converting your money into something legal. You are using it as if you got it from a legitimate source. This is when the ED comes into picture. So this is how it usually works. ED will not come in just because there is a theft that has happened, someone has stolen some money. No. They will only come into picture when we have a case where that stolen money is now being used to convert into white money. This is the same example that I gave you. I've just written it down so that when you are revising, you are able to understand this. Again, the same example that I gave you. That if a theft has happened, ED will not be involved, but only when that money, that theft, the money that they got is now being used to convert into something, is now being used to buy jewelry, property, etc. Only then the money, only then ED will get involved. What will ED do? ED will attach all the assets. Now, attaching the asset means, you take over the asset. For example, if the ED thinks that there is a flat, there is a property that you have built, and the money for that, the money that you got was black money, then the ED will take over that. This is called attaching of the assets. People are asking me, how will they come to know? Because they are ED, that is what their job is. It's like saying, how did the scientists come to know the earth is round? How did the scientists come to know how far is the sun from here? Because that is their job. They are trained in this. That is how it works, right? If they and we have the same power of information, then why are they doing the job? They have their sources. That is how it works. Now, let's look at the work of ED. What is the role? What do they do? So, ED, as I said, has been given a lot of powers. There are humongous amounts of powers that have been given to the ED, especially to make sure that money laundering does not become a big problem in India. So, ED can carry out searches, it can search the property, it can even seize the money that they get, the documents that they get, after they have proven that the money has been laundered. Not just this, they can even arrest a person if they want to. Now, ED can even carry out a search without calling the person for questioning. So you can just go to the house, carry out a search, and then you don't even have to call the person for questioning. Now comes a interesting part. If the person is arrested, ED gets 60 days to file the charge sheet. Now, please understand this. This charge sheet thing is extremely important because this is the thing that is misused by the agencies time and time again. What do we mean by a charge sheet? How does it work? Let's try and understand this. The idea is simple. Let's assume that you have been arrested by the police. The police has filed a case against you, and the case is that you have committed a certain crime. Okay. Now, the court will give some time to the police to file a charge sheet. What is a charge sheet? Charge sheet is a list of evidences, the crime that you have committed according to the police. Police will make their case that we think he has committed this crime, we have this evidence, we have this witness, and that is how he has committed the crime. Usually, 60 days are given by the court to file the charge sheet. In these 60 days, if the crime is very serious, you will be in the prison only. If the crime is not very serious, you might be given the bail also, but usually you are with the police only. So you get 60 days, the police will get 60 days to file the charge sheet. Now, in case the police is not able to file the charge sheet within 60 days, then what happens? In case you are not able to file the charge sheet within 60 days, and what exactly happens? Then the either the police will request the court for some more time. Police will tell the court, sir, this is a very important matter. We have to investigate further. So please give us more time. Give us 10 days more, 15 days more, 20 days more. That is one option. One option is that police will ask for more time. Then there is one more option. The other option is court will say, no, you do not have any evidence. You could not bring the charge sheet. So we will give default bail. Default bail is a bail that is given to the person because charge sheet is not filed on time. So when the charge sheets are not filed on time, this is when people who are under arrest, who are under detention would be given default bail. Same is the case with ED. They'll arrest a person. After the arrest, the court will give them 60 days to build their case. In 60 days, you have to collect all the information, evidences, witnesses, talk to them, prove that someone has committed the crime, bring that evidence, submit the charge sheet, all of that within 60 days. In case it has not been done within 60 days, usually the court may give the bail. Now, what is the problem here? The problem here in this case is even 60 days are good enough to break a person in the custody. Now, just imagine if police, ED, CBI, these kind of things, these kind of agencies, they come and arrest you. For a common man, for a single man living a simple, ordinary life, even spending one day in the prison can be a horrifying experience. So, someone who has to spend 2 months in the prison, even before getting a bail, before the charge sheet is filed, can be a very, very long time period. And unlike the CBI, the ED does not have a very good conviction rate. I'll just show you the conviction rate in just a bit. But if you actually see, ED has a very low conviction rate. Very few people who are actually charged by the ED. On them, there is very rare that the crime is proven. ED says you have committed this crime, that crime, but that crime is just not proven. That also becomes a big problem. Also, if no one is arrested and only the property is attached means taken over by the ED, then prosecution complaint along with the attachment order has to be submitted again within 60 days. So within 60 days, the police ED again has to tell the court why is it that they have attached the property, what proof that they have that this property was bought with black money, with illegal money. Now, what about retrospective cases? Retrospective cases means PMLA, the law came into being in 2005, right? So what about a black money being laundered before 2005? Then what happens? Before 2005 also, like the Hawala cases happened. What happened to that? Would the ED take up those matters or not? No, they will not. ED will not take up a case under the PMLA, the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, before 2005. No case can come in. However, if money is being laundered after 2005, then the ED will take up the case. Let me take the same example. Let's assume that bank robbery. Let's assume that bank robbery took place in year 2002. The people who robbed the bank did not spend any money for 4 years. They were being very careful. They thought, let everyone forget about it. Let the government also change. Then we will spend the money. So they thought, let us now spend the money in 2006. Will this case be investigated by the ED? Yes. Because ED is not concerned about when the money was stolen. ED is concerned about when the money is being laundered. So if the ED thinks the laundering of the money is being done after 2005, they will come into the picture and ED will take up the case. So this is how it works. 2005, money laundering before that will not be considered, but money laundering after that will be considered. Interestingly, the law also says that in case you have not laundered the money, but you have knowledge about it and you're not telling anyone else. If you know about it, but you are not telling anyone, you are concealing the crime. You are possessing the money for some time. For example, you can say, sir, this is not my money. Those robbers came, they kept the money in my house and they took it away. I did not do anything. Even then, you will be charged. You possess the money for some time. You acquired anything. You use that money. You use the property. Any relation that you have with those people, with that money, it will lead to the punishment. So, in that sense, it's a very, very strict law. It gives powers to the ED to search and confiscate whatever they want. It also allows the ED 60 days of time period. It can be extended as well. And even the people who are remotely attached to it will also be given the crime. Now, again, the problem with ED and the CBI in most cases, especially in the past few years, is if you look at the news, the opposition members especially complained that they are being singled out by these organizations. The opposition members keep on complaining that how is it possible that absolutely no one from the ruling party is corrupt and all the corrupt are in the opposition only? How is that possible? There are multiple questions that have been raised on that. But again, it has not really resulted in any change. Now, I'll tell you something that happened recently. Recently, this case against ED, against the PMLA, it was challenged in the Supreme Court. The idea was simple. The Supreme Court was asked that, see, this is such a strict law, such a stringent law, it is being misused. Government is not changing the law. Please, you should change the law. Even the Supreme Court did not change the law. Do you know what the Supreme Court said? Supreme Court said that money laundering is equal to terrorism. This is what the Supreme Court said, that money laundering is equal to terrorism. Why did the Supreme Court say this? I'll tell you what the case was. See, how terrorism related cases work in India. Let's try and understand this. Let's say if you are charged with the crime of terrorism, okay, the case is going on, it has not been proven so far. So you ask for a bail. That, sir, please give me a bail. No one is able to prove something. Let me go to jail. Bail will be denied to you in case the lawyer opposite to you raises an objection. Let me repeat what I said. In case of terrorism cases, when someone is charged with a terrorism case, there is case going on, investigation going on, and you ask for a bail. The bail will be denied if the opposition lawyer just raises an objection. No proof, nothing. If he just raises an objection, the bail will not be given. Supreme Court says that the same can apply to money laundering, and many people were puzzled at how is that possible. How can you say money laundering is equal to terrorism? But this is what the Supreme Court said. Supreme Court said that in case of money laundering also, if you ask for a bail and the opposition lawyer says no, we will not give you the bail. Now, many people did not like it. Many people did not really appreciate it. I'll tell you why. Because you can't compare it, mainly because if you see the punishment under the two laws, punishment for money laundering is about 7 years. This is the punishment that you get, 7 years. Terrorism, on the other hand, punishment is death penalty. So when the Supreme Court a few months back equated money laundering to terrorism, many articles were written in the newspaper, many editorials were written in the newspaper that why is the Supreme Court saying this? This doesn't have any logic. But again, since the Supreme Court has said this, this is the law of the land and we can't do anything about that. But again, there is no doubt over the fact that if you look at what ED has been doing, they have not been working in, I would say, the most unbiased manner. There are numbers to prove that. Just look at the numbers and it will be proven. Out of the total of 3,086 searches conducted by the ED, they have prosecuted or complaints have been filed against 943 individuals. Now listen to this. Complaints have been filed against 943 individuals. How many of these have been convicted? Against how many of these crime has been proven? Only 21. Only 21. Now just calculate the conviction rate of ED now. Out of 943 people against whom you filed the complaint, how many people were actually convicted? On how many people were the charges actually proven? 23. Conviction rate close to 2%. Close to 2% would be the conviction rate. Now imagine, CBI, conviction rate above 70%. ED, conviction rate 2%. This is what the people are saying. That there has to be something wrong with the agency when out of 100 people that you charge and put to jail initially, 98 are not guilty. So there has to be something wrong. That means the agency maybe is being used or misused to put pressure on certain people. That is the issue that we have here. When did we get this information? The government itself gave the information last year in Lok Sabha when the question was asked in the parliament about the ED last year. In March 2022, this is the information that the government gave. That from July 1, 2005 till February 28, 2022, only and only 23 people have been convicted. Just imagine. Again, we said in the beginning, how do you see or how do you say that a government agency, investigative agency is successful or unsuccessful? The easiest way to measure the success of an investigative agency is to look at the conviction rate. How many have they convicted? If 98% people you are putting to prison and just harassing them for 2 months and then letting them go, that means there's something wrong there. And if you look at the people who are being arrested, again, you will see that all these people who are being arrested are from the opposition. Now, there are two interesting things to look here. One thing is, people would say that, oh, the current government is misusing the ED. Yes, very bad. But look at it very carefully. When did the PMLA law come into the picture? 2005. So the government who actually gave powers to ED was the Congress government. So you can't blame just one government. People have short memory, so people think that, oh, only the current government has to blame. No, that is not true. Also, you see here ECIR written. What is ECIR? So basically, ECIR is ED's version of FIR. So when they register a complaint, when they arrest someone, when they go and search a property, they will have to prepare a report that is called ECIR. That is called Enforcement Case Information Report. I'll write it here for you. This is Enforcement Case Information Report. This is ECIR. It's like the police files the FIR. Similarly, the ED files the ECIR, where they tell all the information. Basically, they tell the person that you are guilty. We are now filing a case against you. That is how it works. Now, as I said, ED under the PMLA has been given a lot of powers. People did not expect it, but the Supreme Court also, in fact, sided with the ED. See what I told you. What did they say? Offense of money laundering is as heinous as an offense of terrorism. The Supreme Court said this. You might not agree to this. I don't agree to this. Many people don't agree to this. But again, this is what the Supreme Court said. When they said this, as a result, they made bail very, very tough. When you say that something is as tough as terrorism, what you're trying to say is that we will not give you bail easily. We will not give you bail. Supreme Court even said this. See this. Supreme Court even said it is not mandatory that in every case ECIR has to be filed. Supreme Court said that in every case it is not necessary that ECIR has to be filed. It is not FIR. Police is compulsorily has to file an FIR. ED can arrest a person, start investigation even without the ECIR. Any statement made to ED will be admitted in the court. So basically, in short, the Supreme Court sided with the ED, gave them all the powers that they want, and they were pretty happy with that. But again, a lot of people were not really happy with what the Supreme Court did. That was about ED, Enforcement Directorate. Before we move on to the last topic for today's module, Whistleblowers Protection Act, let me quickly take up a few questions from your end. Okay. Sir, can the section of PMLA be asked in the exam? Not really. Not really. Prabhakar is saying which bench of Supreme Court? Prabhakar, I don't remember the judge's name. If you want to Google, you can get the judge's name. Because bench is just the name of the judge. Rashmi, attaching the asset means taking over the asset. It will not be your asset. You cannot use it. You cannot sell it. You cannot do anything. The government will take over the asset. Misbah, default bail means bail given to a person because charge sheet was not filed within the given time period. Yamini, as I said earlier also, you can leave the Byju's governance book, focus on the PPTs, that is good enough. Saurabh is saying, is it true that ED is a puppet of the ruling government? See, I'll tell you something. Please understand this. I would highly advise you, don't use these phrases like cage parrot, puppet, unless Supreme Court itself has used it. Don't use it from your own mind. So if you write, for example, ED is a puppet of the government, I would advise you not to write these kind of things. Because again, you have to understand something. The job that you're applying for is a government job, very high level job. So you can't randomly start making statement without any proof of it. If the Supreme Court has said it, then you can say that yes, Supreme Court has said it. But you can't randomly keep making statements from your end unless there is a proof of it. Okay. So I would highly suggest you not to use these kind of words unless someone else has used it, unless you are quoting someone, unless there is a proof from the court, some crime has been proven. Okay. Nidhi saying, what if free person from ED, what about attached asset? So Nidhi, when the person is free, then the assets are also free. Simple. Okay, let's move ahead then. So now we come to a pretty interesting part of today's module, Whistleblowers Protection Act. There are three people who you see on the screen. There are many other whistleblowers, but I'll tell you about three people. So if you see these three people, any idea who is the first one? Any idea? Do you recognize him? Satyajit Ray, not Satyajit Ray. First person. Okay, Ajay is right. Ajay is saying he's an Indian. So Ajay is right. Great job, Ajay. Shashank is also right. He's an Indian. Very good. Brilliant. What else? So Alok, at least Alok is saying the correct answer. Thank God. Okay. Alok is correct. This is Satyendra Dubey. Satyendra Dubey. I'll tell you the story of all of these. So Satyendra Dubey, first one. Second one, anyone can recognize? Anyone can recognize? Who was the second person? And the third, everyone knows. Lord, don't tell me about the third one. I know everyone knows the third person. Third, forget about it. Tell me the second person. Okay, I'll tell you. So, second person, Dr. Li Wenliang. Dr. Li Wenliang, the second person. Third person, everyone knows. That is Edward Snowden. Edward Snowden, the only one alive out of these three. First two, not alive. Okay, let me first talk about what exactly is the Whistleblower Protection Act and who are these people so that you can understand. Let's first talk about Satyendra Dubey. Who was he? He was working for NHAI, National Highways Authority of India. So basically, what happens is, let's say the NHAI, National Highway Authority of India, has decided to build a big highway. Okay, so they decided we'll build 1,000 kilometer long highway. So how do they work? They don't build the highway by themselves. In many cases, they will give a contract to a private contractor. For example, a private contractor will be given the contract that you build 10 kilometers out of this. Then in some other area, some other private contractor will be given a contract that you build 50 kilometers. NHAI will oversee that, okay, you are doing the right thing. Now, when Atal Bihari Vajpayee was a Prime Minister of India, there was a big scheme that got started, very successful scheme called the Golden Quadrilateral. There was a Golden Quadrilateral scheme started by the government. What was a Golden Quadrilateral scheme? The idea was simple: connect the four original metro cities of India through a highway. So from Delhi, you go to Mumbai, then you go to Chennai, then you come to Kolkata, and then Delhi again. So Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Kolkata, all to be connected with a highway called the Golden Quadrilateral. That was the idea. Started by the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government. NHAI was implementing this. Now, Satyen Dubey, working for NHAI, he was the IES officer, Indian Engineering Services officer, working for the NHAI. He was responsible for overseeing a part of this construction in Bihar. Now, what happened was he saw that there is some corruption going on, because in these government projects, a lot of corruption happens. You give contractor the contract in exchange for some money, then they don't use the right quality of products, they try to save money. So what happened was he found out that there's some corruption that is happening. So he started writing letters to the government. He even wrote letters to the prime minister. That there's some corruption happening, the quality of roads is not good. Then one day he was found dead. Apparently he was going for a family event. His car did not arrive at the station, or arrived, it was not fine. Then he took a rickshaw. On the rickshaw he was going, and then next day his dead body was found, killed. There were people who were caught later on, obviously people who were from the side of the contractor who had been giving them death threats. Then comes Dr. Li Wenliang. Dr. Li Wenliang was one of the first people in the world to know that something is going on wrong in China when COVID death started. He was the person who got to know that there is some very wrong kind of a virus, and China is not telling the world about it. People are dying in the labs. He made videos. He wanted the world to know that something wrong is happening in China. He was arrested by the government of China, put in the prison, and he died due to COVID only. Why? Because he told the world about what is happening with COVID. This is what whistleblowers are. Whistleblowers are those who bring out corruption, and often they have to pay with their life. Third, Edward Snowden. Edward Snowden, the luckier of the three, because at least he's still alive, although not in his own country. Edward Snowden worked for the American government. He broke the news that American government spies on everyone, that the government is listening to all the people's phone records, government is listening to emails, not just their own citizens. The American government even listens to the foreign country leaders. They have devices, spying devices in Prime Minister, President office of other countries also. When he brought the news, again, he was arrested, but he fled to Russia. So Russia gave him asylum. So he lives in Russia right now. Not a happy life because you are away from their country, but he lives in Russia. At least he's alive. He's wanted in America, but he is not going back, obviously. These are examples of whistleblowers, and there are so many stories filled. These are not the only stories. There are stories filled with whistleblowers in India. Now, the problem is whistleblowers show a lot of courage coming out in the open, telling the world that something wrong has happened. The least that you have to do is protect them. Thus, in 2014, India introduced a law called the Whistleblowers Protection Act. Now, what is the idea? The idea is simple. If you are a whistleblower, if you are raising voice against corruption, the government promises that your identity will not be revealed. No one will know about you, your identity will not be revealed. It's a very strict law. There are many other examples as well. Ashok Khemka, all of you know about him. Have you heard this name? Manjunath, S. Manjunath. Do you know him? Or have you heard his name ever? Shamuga Manjunath, S. Manjunath. There's a, yes, as Guru said, there's a movie also made on Manjunath. But you know the story? So I'll tell you the story of Manjunath. So basically what happened was, he passed out of IIM Lucknow. He was working for Indian Oil. So his responsibility was, he was given a certain area in UP, and the responsibility was, he has to make sure that petrol, diesel stored at petrol pump is of good quality. So what happens is, in the petrol pumps, there's a lot of mixing of oil with kerosene. So in petrol pumps, they mix the oil with the kerosene mainly to save the cost. So he was conducting this inspection, and he found out that the petrol was not pure. They were mixing it with kerosene. So he raised his voice. Again, he complained to the authorities. Nothing happened, and he was shot dead. He was murdered in Lakhimpur Kheri in Uttar Pradesh. In fact, even today, IIM Lucknow has an award in his name. In IIM Lucknow, you have an award in the name of Mr. Manjunath. And again, there's a movie also that has been made on Manjunath. So again, there are stories that are present everywhere. We have Mr. Sanjeev Chaturvedi. Again, he was someone who brought to light that there are various deals that are happening which are not really as per the law. There are multiple scams in the forest department. He even wrote a letter to the president of India at that time, who was Pratibha Patil. But again, nothing happened. At least he's alive. But he again, just like Mr. Ashok Khemka, gets transferred time and time and time again. Mr. Ashok Khemka again, he brought to light certain land deals in Haryana, in Gurugram, land deals, illegal land deals where maybe Robert Vadera was involved. Again, transferred time and time and time again. So again, these are just a few examples of whistleblowers. These are not the only ones. But the one thing common with all of these whistleblowers is that they show an amazing amount of courage to come out in the open, even though they know that they are taking on the very powerful people, the most powerful people, but they come out in the open and they tell the people about it. So it is the responsibility of the authorities, responsibility of the government to protect them, to make sure that they are given as much protection as possible. This is what a whistleblower is in definition. It can be an employee of a company, or it can be an outsider as well. It's not doesn't does have to be the employee. Remember, in old movies, someone would used to call the police station from a PCO, sir, reach at this position at that time, and then used to cut the phone. That's a whistleblower. When you talk, when you tell about some information, when you tell that something wrong is happening, that is what makes you a whistleblower. You can be an internal whistleblower also, you can be an external whistleblower also, if you have that information and you are willing to come out in the open. Now, internal whistleblowers who work for the company, and external whistleblowers who basically are obviously outsiders. Tell me this, anyone of you here from Madhya Pradesh, MP? Anyone of you here from Madhya Pradesh? MP, okay. If you're from MP, especially you would have heard of something called Vyapam. If you are not from MP, then you have heard of Vyapam, I'm sure. But if you're from MP, I'm very sure you all would have heard of Vyapam. What is Vyapam? So Vyapam again is a huge scam. So what is Vyapam? So basically what happens is, if you look at the Vyapam, so Vyapam is, you can say it's a Madhya Pradesh government department. They conduct the examination for various things. For example, they conduct the examinations into admission into medical colleges. They conduct examination for some other things as well. So that is what Vyapam is. So they conduct entrance examinations mainly after class 12 for a lot of entrance exams and jobs, etc. So a few years back, there was this report that came out that in this Vyapam organization, in the entrance test, papers are getting leaked. Some other people are giving the exam in name of someone like Munna Bhai. So when the news came out again, when these scams happen, very powerful people are involved. These scams are not running at the lower level. Very powerful people are involved. A lot of people's name came out. Do you know in Vyapam scam, one after the other, whoever was a witness in the Vyapam scam, their dead bodies were being found. Just like a movie, I don't want to say, but just like a movie. Someone was found killed by a truck all of a sudden. Someone all of a sudden committed suicide. Someone all of a sudden disappeared. And this is not very old. This is just a few years back. If you search, you will know about it. Just a few years back, all this Vyapam scam happened. The situation was so terrible. The main witness who had to give testimony was given police protection. Do you know how much police protection? He was given one constable with a lathi, and that constable used to come on a bicycle in his house to take him to the court. He used to sit behind him on the bicycle, and then they used to go to the court. That is again how the Vyapam scam unfolds. So there is a movie based, there's a series in fact made on this on Sony Live. It is called Whistleblowers. Not the exact representation, but it's based on this only. If you get time, Whistleblowers is the name of the series itself. It's on Sony Live. I watched a few episodes, not made very well, but it's based on the same thing. They have changed the names, etc. It's on similar things. So this is how basically Vyapam scan exactly happened. So again, just to show you the things that you see in movies, web series, it's not all false. Ultimately, it is derived from what is happening in real life. So whistleblowers in simple terms need all the protection. So what does a whistleblower protection law say? Now coming to the main provisions of the law. What is it that the Whistleblower Protection Act says? Number one, it says that any public servant, including a non-government organization, can make such a disclosure. To who? Who will they make disclosure to? Again, to Central or State Vigilance Commission. See, this is a point which tells you that if you make a complaint to Lokpal or if you make a complaint to police, this law will not be applicable to you. Now, see, I was telling you, Lokpal, if you file a complaint, you will not be protected under whistleblower protection law because of this point. The law itself says disclosures made to CVC or state vigilance commissions are protected. Your identity will not be revealed. Now the problem is you cannot file anonymous complaints. So it's not like in the movies you say, I am your well-wisher and then cut the phone. No, you have to tell your name while filing a complaint. This is what becomes a problem now. Your identity will not be revealed doesn't mean that you can file a complaint without telling your name. You have to tell your name. You have to tell your identity at least. The act also has penalties for making false complaints. Just to protect those working for the government, if you are making false complaints, if you do not have any proof, but still you are making a complaint, that will lead to punishment against you. Then, as I said yesterday, if you remember, your name will not be revealed has some exceptions. And this is where the problem starts. It's not that your name will not be revealed to anyone. There will be a few people who will get to know who filed the complaint. The Vigilance Commissioner will not disclose the identity of the complaint except who? The head of the department, if he deems it necessary. So the head of the department from where you have filed a complaint may get to know your name. Now let's take a simple example. Let's say you're working for a department, you saw some corruption is happening. Usually whenever there's corruption in a department, It is not just one single person who gets money from that. It is divided amongst all the people. So it's not that only one person is having, so that everyone is included, so that no one can go and file a complaint. So everyone gets their cut, gets their share. So what happens here? Let's assume you work for a department, you filed a complaint, and your head of department comes to know it was you. Now imagine how awkward it will be. Now imagine your head of department will call you, will ask you, oh, so you filed a complaint. Now just imagine how awkward that conversation is going to be. Obviously, you will not get your job. Even if you continue with your job, there will be a lot of problems in your job after that. You also know how it all works. So the problem is your name might go into the hand of someone. And see, you all know human beings. Telling one person is equivalent to telling the entire society, right? If there is a secret, the secret can only be a secret if no one knows about it. If even one person knows about it, it is not a secret. You all know how it works. People really like telling stuff to other people which they think is a secret. They want to propagate and spread that information. Similar is the case here. If you are disclosing the name even to one single person, how can you ensure that no one will be told? You can say there is a penalty for those who disclose the identity. Yes, penalty. But can the penalty be equated to someone losing their life? You can say there is a penalty, don't disclose information, fine, agreed. But the penalty cannot be equal to someone's life being lost, right? So at the end of the day, you have to decide how exactly is it that you have to make this law. Just putting a penalty on someone who is sharing the information is not enough. That also discourages people. That is why there are a lot of issues still in the working of the Whistleblowers Protection Act. First big issue, no penalty for victimizing a complainant. Again, the same thing. You work for a department, you reveal that there's corruption in that department. The head of your department called you that you filed a complaint. Oh, now see what I do to you. He can make your life very difficult. You all know, whichever company you work in, wherever you work, if you're head of the department, if your boss really wants to make your life miserable, they can do that in many ways. There is no punishment for that. The punishment is only if your name is revealed by someone to someone else. There is no punishment for victimizing, or there is no punishment for harassing you that you are the ones who filed the complaint. You are bringing a bad name to my department. I will throw you out of the job. There is no complaint for that, no penalty for that. Second big issue, the power of CVC, as we discussed, is limited to only making recommendations. So the whistleblower, with all his or all her courage, might file a complaint. The CVC might investigate that with all their courage, all their skills. But the decision at the end to decide whether you want to take some action or not is with the government only. They might simply reject the recommendation of the CVC and the case will end there itself. So, CVC, yes, it has the powers to do all this, but even if they make a complaint, it is only a recommendation. No incentive for the whistleblower. See, you can say that people who are really passionate, who really want the good for the country, they do it because they want the good for the country. They don't do it for incentives. But you also know without incentives, you might not encourage a lot of people to come out. I'll give you a very simple example. Okay. Let's take a very simple example. Let's say you are going on the road. You see someone has parked their car in no parking. Okay. Let's take a simple example. You see someone's car parked in no parking. You don't do anything. You just walk away. Now let's assume government has made a law that if you find a car in no parking, click the photo, upload this on the app, 25% of the challan fee will be given to you. Now tell me, what will you do? People will be going around the city just to click photos of no parking cars, because that's a good way of earning, right? That 25% challan fee is given to you. So you will be incentivized, right or not? You will, obviously. So I am not saying that whistleblowers do it to get incentives, but you have to agree that incentives will push more people to do the good thing. No one is doing it to incentivize, but incentives always hurts. And the type of unemployment that we have in India, and every unemployed person somehow has a smartphone and TikTok and Snapchat or whatever. They will be going around the city just clicking photos, earning money. Then no time limit for the inquiry by the CBC. That is also a big problem. You might file a complaint, you might do the right thing from your end, but it is the CVC who has to start the inquiry, and there's no time limit within which the inquiry has to be completed. Other parts, it only applies to public servants. It does not apply to common people who are not working for the government. It is only applicable to them. So if you are a common citizen, then it will not be applicable to you. All these issues of the CVC, of the Whistleblower Protection Act, have made this law filled with loopholes. Remember, if you are someone who is planning to write the mains exam next year, planning or not planning, but hoping, because you can't plan for the mains exam, you have to qualify. So, in case you're writing the mains exam in 2024, please do read this in detail because a law will complete 10 years. Law will complete 10 years. So please read in detail about this law. If you're planning to write the exam next year, it might happen that the question might pop in. So do read a lot about it. The Vyapam scam, as I said, the Vyapam whistleblower scam, it's a horrifying story. For someone who is just reading it, for you, me, if you just read on the newspaper, in the website, it is funny for us, it is depressing. But think about people who are involved in that, who did the right thing, and now see what is happening from them. So again, these kind of stories like Vyapam scam or what happened to Satyendra Dubey, all these tell or indicate that you should not do the right thing. This is what the government should work against. Now, there is also one other thing attached to it. There are a lot of RTI activists. What is an RTI activist? There are many people in India who are RTI activists. RTI activists are those who file RTIs to get to know information, hoping that they might reveal some corruption. RTI activists are those who spread awareness about RTI, encourage people to file an RTI. Now, what has happened is in the past few years, many RTI activists have also been attacked and even killed. A lot of these RTI activists have been attacked, have been killed. So there is a demand from the RTI activists that they should also have protection under Whistleblower Protection Act, meaning that the demand is even when someone files the RTI, their identity also should not be disclosed. Because what is the purpose of disclosing identity of anyone who filed the RTI? It doesn't serve any purpose to the government. The government just has to give the information. So the idea is that RTI activists or anyone who is filing the RTI also should be covered under the law so that they can file the RTI without any fear. They can come ahead and make sure that they reveal information from the government and tell the general public. So far, this has not happened. So far, this has not happened. So far, if you file the RTI, there is no guarantee that your name will not be revealed. In fact, your name is revealed. The RTI reply that you get has your name written over on it. So obviously the department knows who is filing the RTI, who is not filing the RTI. So it's not that name is not revealed, but the demand has remained and it should be kept that way so that we can at least provide enough incentives to the whistleblowers. Also, one more thing, I'll just take you back here. See, whenever in any question you are asked about certain problems and solutions, the easiest way to write solutions is just write the opposite of the problems. For example, let's say if you are asked a question about how to reform the Whistleblower Protection Act, or if you're asked a question about how to improve the Whistleblower Protection Act, answer is simple. Just write every point opposite to it. One point, there should be penalty for victimizing the complainant. Point number two, CVC should have increased power. Point number three, there should be incentive for whistleblower. Point number four, there should be a time limit set for inquiry. Point number 5, it should cover everyone. Simple. So whenever you have any question about giving suggestions, think about the problems and write the opposite to it. Exactly same will be the solutions. So it's not that difficult to actually go ahead with the solutions. This is what the suggestions are. First, create more awareness about the employees. See, many times employees might not know about the act and they might mistakenly reveal the identity. And that may also happen in a few cases, that they don't know about the act and by mistake they reveal the identity. Secondly, model whistleblower law for private enterprise should be devised. See, right now we have to understand corruption is not just limited to government organizations. There may be corruption in private organizations. Look at the Harshad Mehta scam. It was not related to the government. So if you actually see in private organizations also, there is a need to have a whistleblower protection act. There are a lot of scams that break out in the private sector. Look at the Satyam scam, when they fudged their data and told everyone we are very profitable when they were not. So the idea is that we should have a similar kind of a law. Yes, as Gulshan is saying, IPL also, there's so many examples. You should have a law for private organizations as well, because it is not necessary that all the corruption would be in the government organization only. Try and think of some incentives so that again, it's not necessary that the whistleblowers are doing it for the incentives only. But at the same time, you cannot deny that giving incentives to the people would encourage more people to come out. Victimization should be defined. What is victimization? Meaning that if someone, let's say the head of the department gets to know about the name, what can the head of department do? What he or she cannot do? Can he contact the person? Can he not contact the person? What is victimization? That should be clearly defined and punishment should be given for it. We should have a method to screen frivolous complaint. That is also a big problem. Frivolous means non-serious. See, there are two types of people. One type of people who bring out this corruption case, very brave people, the whistleblowers. Then there is one section of the society that just wants to misuse every single law possible. They just want to misuse the law for their own good and see if they can actually get something out of it or not. They are the ones who then start filing frivolous complaints. They are the ones who then start filing wrong complaints. That leads to harassment of the government officials. You have to make sure that people filing wrong complaints, people filing false complaints should be punished. And you should have a provision where you don't put so much pressure on the government servants that they are afraid to work. There has to be a balance between the two, balance between the government servants working properly and stringent laws in place to stop corruption from taking place. Perfect. So there are a couple of practice questions that I have for you. Ajay, if you want to know about Harshad Mehta scam, take subscription of Sony Live, see the web series Scam 1992 and see. Pretty good series. That is what will tell you about Harshad Mehta scam. If you don't have so much time, type Harshad Mehta scam on Wikipedia. You will get an entire page. You can get it. Okay? Either of the two, your choice. A couple of practice questions for you. Practice question not necessarily from the ones that we have just discussed, but practice questions from the topics that we have written. I'm advising you to try and write these practice questions. For example, first, in a democracy, citizens are the rulers of the government and thus owners of all the information on public records. Debate in the light of dilution of RTI 2005. So basically, again, it is referring to the dilution that happened in 2019. As we discussed, there was change in the salary and change in the tenure. Now, please remember, since the word here is debate, that means you are not just to give one side of the story, you have to give both sides of the story. Try and give both sides of the story. Try and write this answer in about 200 words. Try and tell how exceptions or exemptions to the RTI Act are also important, and also how the government has to provide this information. You can write your answers to iaslive@byju's.com to get your feedback as well. Try and write your answers here so that you can get the feedback and see if you're writing correctly. One more practice question. With the correct usage of powers entrusted in the Lokpal, the office can be a real game changer in India's fight against corruption. Do you agree? Elucidate. So again, the question about Lokpal, in this kind of question, what do you mainly have to write? You have to write two things, number one and number two. First, you have to write about the problems because of which it has been ineffective. Problems because of which Lokpal has been ineffective. They have not been able to make changes. On the other hand, you also write about the suggestions. Suggestions, for example, how can it be a real game changer? What are the powers that you have to give to the Lokpal? All of these things we had discussed yesterday when we were discussing about the Lokpal. Try and write answer to this also. Try and write this in about 200 words once again. The problems, the suggestions, how is it that the Lokpal would be improved? Because again, you have to say, do you agree? It can be a real game changer. Yes, but you can't just say, yes, I agree. You have to write properly. Yes, I agree, but these are the suggestions that I gave, etc. So please write about that. Okay, I have a few practice questions for you right here from prelims exam point of view. Let's see if you can answer those. This is your question number one. Read about it carefully. Sakib, you can write in the beginning also that I agree. It's not necessary that you have to write I agree in the end only. You can write in the beginning also I agree and then start giving the points. Let me know once you have read this. Shashank, it really depends on the marks. Depending on the marks, the questions can be 150, 250 word limit, 200 word limit also. It's not necessary that it has to be 150 or 250 only, right? Okay. Your time starts now. Yes, Pulkit, it will be required. And your time is up. 41% people answered the question correctly. This is B. You had to tell which of these is incorrect. All of these given statements that you see here on the screen are actually incorrect. Let's go ahead one by one. First, CVC is the main agency for preventing corruption at central and state government. No. As I told you, at the state government levels, we have the State Vigilance Commission. Second, members are appointed by the president on the recommendation of a 4-member committee. No, it was a 3-member committee. Remember? And who were the 3 members, by the way? Who were the 3 members? Snehata, you can also become a whistleblower. Doesn't matter you're working for the government or not. The protection given to whistleblowers will not be given to you. That is what the law is. No one is stopping you from becoming a whistleblower. Anyone can go and file a complaint to the CVC. Yeah. Who are the 3 members? We had discussed. Prime Minister. Yes, perfect. Home Minister and the leader of the opposition of the Lok Sabha. Perfect. Third, tenure is 5 years. No, I told you tenure is 4 years. This is one of the only bodies in the government to neither have a 5-year tenure, neither have a 6-year tenure. It actually has a 4-year tenure. Okay, let's move ahead then. Next question about the CBI. Read very carefully. Let me know once you have read. I'll give you your options after that. Let me know once you've read this. Done? Okay, let's start your time. Five more seconds. Good job. 55% people here are absolutely correct. This is B. Only two statements of the three are correct. First, high courts and the Supreme Court can order CBI to investigate a crime anywhere in the country without the consent of the state. Yes, we discussed this. Second, CBI can suo moto, means by itself, take up the investigation of offences only in UTs which don't have a legislature. Wrong. It can take this up in all union territories. Doesn't matter if they have a legislature, don't have a legislature. I hope all of you know there are three union territories in India that do have their own legislature, which are Delhi, Puducherry, and Jammu and Kashmir. It's not that in these the CBI cannot take up the case suo moto. Even in these, Delhi, Jammu, Kashmir, Puducherry also, the CBI can take up the matter suo moto without their permission. So, to all union territories. Third, central government can authorize the CBI to investigate a crime in the state, but only with the consent of the state. Yes. If you remember, we did discuss about general consent, the consent that is given kind of a lifetime pass. Then there's a specific consent. This is given when the state government has withdrawn the general consent. So on a case by case basis, you have to take permission. So two is wrong, one and three are correct. Only two statements are correct. Perfect. Last question for the quiz. Good morning, Vasudha. Welcome to the class. Let's see if you can answer this. Slightly tricky. Read this very, very, very carefully. Let me know once you've read this and don't Google, please. Done? Done? Should we begin? Okay. Five more seconds. 34% people answered this tricky question correctly. This is actually A. Slightly tricky, right? Let's see. Let's see. The question was, which of the following is a member of the committee for Lokpal, but not a member for the CBI director? Okay, let's look at this. Let's first tell me who are the members of this committee, the CBI director committee. The CBI director committee. Who are the members here? The Prime Minister, then Leader of Opposition of the Lok Sabha, and third, the Chief Justice of India. Right? So you have to tell who is a member of Lokpal committee but not a CBI director committee. So basically, Chief Justice of India you can remove, Leader of Opposition you can remove, right? These two are gone anyway because these two are members of CBI director committee, so that is gone anyway. Now you have to see out of these two, who is a member of the Lokpal committee. Now come to a Lokpal committee. Can you tell me the members, appointment members of the Lokpal committee? What do you think? What do you think? Lokpal committee members. It can be slightly confusing. Let's see if you remember this or not. Okay. Okay, I'm getting a lot of answers here. Let's see if you can write an answer in one single line. Prime Minister, obviously. CJI, obviously. Okay, let me make it simpler for you. Let me make it simpler for you. You tell me, is Home Minister a member or not? Is Home Minister a member or not of the Lokpal Appointment Committee? The Lokpal appointment I'm telling about, asking you about. No, Home Minister is not a member. You are getting confused. Home Minister was a member in the appointment committee of the CVC. In the CVC, he was not there. Then, Lok Sabha Speaker, yes. Lok Sabha Speaker, yes. So, out of all these, who has to be or who is a member of Lokpal committee, but not of CBI Director Committee, that is the Lok Sabha Speaker only. So, the answer here has to be A. The answer here has to be A. Guys, one more thing. A lot of you have this argument or have this thought that when you see cabinet minister to be nominated by the prime minister, so your argument is, but sir, that can be the home minister. But can be is not the question. Is the question who of these may be, can be? You can't say that. Your answer will be that if it is certain or not. Because if your answer is depend on, sir, but one is nominated by the prime minister, maybe he will nominate him or her, but that doesn't really matter, right? So this is where the Lok Sabha Speaker wins. The answer here is A. This brings us to the end of today's class. Let me show you the leaderboard and then a few questions from your end. So the leaderboard is right in front of you. Let's see. 18 people answered all the 3 questions rightly. Good job, guys. It's Deepika, Kirthana, Arpita, Kurubagar, Sumant, Akula, Gopal, Harleen, Manmohan, Shoyab, Pavan, Amla, Pooja, Rohit, Venkat, Nidhi, Krishnaja, and Pulkit. Good job, guys. So good job, those who answered all 3 questions rightly. Those who could not, no worries. Try and revise, try and see if you can make it better. This brings me to the end of the class here. If you don't have any questions, you're free to leave. If you have any questions, please ask your questions. If you have no questions, you would like to leave, in that case, bye-bye. Come back on time tomorrow and do keep on revising. Okay, Anusha is saying difference between ombudsman and whistleblower. Anusha, ombudsman is the officer who will investigate the case. Whistleblower can be a common man who is bringing out the news of corruption. He is not investigating the case. Whistleblower will just tell you this happened. Ombudsman will be the officer who will then take up the investigation. Tushar is saying how ED come across that money is laundered. Tushar, this is what they train for, man. Now, if you ask me, how does CBI get to know that he committed the murder? He did not, because they're trained for it. That is what their skill and training is. So that is why no one can just stand up and say, I will become the CAG, right? That is how they're trained for. So for ED, there is a proper training, there's a proper network of information they have. That is how it works. Then Shriram is saying, can you give summary between summary of differences between Economic Offences Division from ED and the CVC under PCA? See, again, CVC is not an investigative agency. CBI will investigate the matter. CVC will just ensure that the investigation is going on track. They will keep on taking updates. Everything is fine. Is someone interfering or not? But they themselves will not investigate. So CBI is the investigative agency. You, me, we can't file a complaint to the CBI. We can only file a complaint to the CVC. They will just ensure that the investigation is going right on track. Alok is saying, do we have to incorporate current affairs in mains standard practice? Yes, Alok, absolutely. The more that you can do that, the better it is. No SS, only top 21 people are in the leaderboard. There are more people than that in the class, don't worry. Deepika is saying, can anonymity of the whistleblower be one of the suggestions? But Deepika, is when you mean anonymity, do you mean to say that people who are filing the complaint should not be giving their name? Is that what you're saying? Because if that's what you're saying, the problem is, how do you track someone who is writing a false complaint? That is a problem. Because one, you are saying that there will be a punishment for false complaint. Let's say I make a false accusation. So the problem is, if the accusation is false, then how do you track that person? So I there's no perfect solution to this. There has to be a balance between the two somewhere. It's always dangerous to disclose the name, but again, how do you track back the person when it comes to wrong information? Payal, you can ask that in economics. That's an economic part, FEMA, FERA. Let's leave it for economics. Uh, Shiva is saying, if we complain, we will not get security, but government employees will. Yes, Shiva, this is exactly what you have to write in the suggestions for Whistleblower Protection Act. Nidhi is saying, what if by mistake one files a false complaint? Nidhi, I'm not sure how by mistake you will open the CVC portal, then by mistake you will type, and by mistake you will send, and then say by mistake I filed it. So I'm not sure how that will happen, but interesting problem to have. I don't know. Let's see if you do this, and we will all see what the result is, so that I can teach in the next class. Let's see, in the previous class, there was a student who filed a false complaint. See what happened to her. So I don't know for now what happens when you file false complaint by mistake. Then I have a question. As a way forward, can we suggest to bring uniform law and body with more powers and independence to fight against corruption? We will discuss about this topic a bit later. One of the modules that we have is about National Human Rights Commission, National Commission of Women, etc. There we will discuss this topic. Is it right to have one single commission for all these, or is it right to have multiple commissions? There are pros and cons of both, actually. Maitri, why would I avoid your question? You can type your question again. Don't worry. No one is avoiding your question. Okay, the question is how to revise governance. We have not even completed the topic. How can you revise? Okay. Can we also study governance book? See, as I said, the governance book by Byju's not preferable. If you want to study, you can. No one can stop you. About the revising part, that is what the PPTs are for. Revise from them. The easiest way or the best way to revise any topic is to answer questions. The more questions you practice, both for prelims and the main, the more you are revising. As simple as that. Manoj, the ministry under which the CBI operates would be the Ministry of Personnel only. Chaitanya is saying there is an issue with CVC. If I have a proof but court doesn't agree with it, will it be called a false case? No, it will be not. It will not be called a false case just because your proof was not admitted. Someone is given punishment only when it is proven 100% beyond doubt that they are guilty. So it has to be 100% beyond doubt. But if the case is half and half, it doesn't mean that's a false complaint. Absolutely. See, okay, I'll ask you, I'll tell you one thing. So Kirupkar has a question. He's saying, I will file an RTI asking why politicians don't have any minimum educational qualifications. See, understand, you can file RTI for facts for which you can get a factual information. For example, when you file this kind of an RTI, it's an opinion based question. It's not a fact based question. So you can file an RTI, but don't tell me later I did not tell you you're wasting your 10 rupees. 10 rupees are very important. Or so you can file the RTI in that case, but again, your RTIs, if they are based on opinion, that why is this not happening, why is that not happening, it might not really give you a great reply. Ask RTI which are based on facts, basically. That is how it works. Shiva is saying how to prepare short notes. See, preparation of short notes, it's all personal. It really depends on how you read or how you write. I'll give you an example. So what some people used to do, what I also have done. So basically, what happens is, uh, let's assume this is a visiting card. Okay. So what I used to do was, again, I'm not saying it will work for all of you. I used to, when you go to stationery shops, you can get these blank visiting cards. So what I used to do was, in these blank visiting cards, I used to write some notes, very short notes, very small, short, some facts, one topic, and then I used to write. So I had a bunch of these. So for example, you are lying on the bed about to sleep every night, 5-10 minutes before sleeping, just keep your mobile away and then just pick up the card and just read those cards. Just read, nothing else. Because the mind works in that way. The more you read, the more information will get settled in your mind. So that was just so that you could not really do not have to go somewhere else. Akula is saying sticky notes are available now. Akula, I'm not talking about 100 years ago. Sticky notes are available then also. But the problem with sticky notes is they stick. And you don't want these to stick when you actually are doing this. So again, that is your idea. So now again, it depends entirely upon you. Some people make notes on mobile phones so that they can actually revise. But again, at that time I used to travel a lot also, so I used to keep this card. So by traveling also, I can just flip it up, revise. Again, depends entirely upon you. There is no one way in which you can actually get your notes or done. Depends entirely upon you. Okay, then Volke saying, can RTI be filed to know the case status of someone else who is under investigation? Volke, I don't think so. Again, not sure. You can file the RTI, maybe get to know about it, but I don't think so. Zeba is saying one topping on one card. Zeba, it's not that fixed, right? It's a long topic. You can have more than one card. Small topic, one card. There's no rule by UPSC, right? To revise, you have to make one card. I'm just telling you what I used to do. You can do it your way. It doesn't really matter. You can write it on your t-shirt, have a tattoo of something. I don't know what this generation does. Have a tattoo of an important topic. Maybe read it every single day. I don't know. Maybe. So whatever works for you, man. There is no one way that is the best way forward. There is no one single way. Rahul, Supreme Court did not say anything specific about that section of the act. They just said that getting bail in the PMLA law should be made difficult. If there is even slightest of objection, the bail will not be given. Okay. Akhilesh saying, can we make soft notes? Why not make soft notes? Go ahead, make soft notes, hard notes, medium notes, whatever you want. See, notes making, revising is very personal. It's like asking, sir, can I eat chapati in the lunch? Can I eat rice in the dinner? Why not, man? Whatever suits you, do it. Whatever suits you. If something suited me, doesn't mean that it will suit you also. If something suits you, doesn't mean that it will suit someone else also. So you have to look at these as your own personalized things. Whatever works for you. Some people are visual learners, they learn by seeing. Some people are learners which are called kinetic learners, they learn by doing stuff. Some people are learners, when they read something, they read it, they understand it better. Some people prefer video form. So it all depends on people, right? So you take your call and you decide, so that you don't blame me tomorrow if something wrong happens. Okay, on that note, I will end this. SME is still here. You can keep asking questions to him. Please come back tomorrow. Same time. Don't be late. We'll be beginning with module number 5 tomorrow. Bye bye. Have a good day. Jai Hind.